get this crowd bouncing.
Oh my goodness me!
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes!
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Middlesex Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, Day 2 of this Championship match in Division 2, the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet. Myself, Kevin Hand, Dom Ford is alongside me today, I'm delighted to say, and I'm also delighted to say it's glorious weather out there, Tom, which is the first thing everybody wants to know. It was a belter yesterday. It was a cloudy start this morning, but it's brightened up a bit, and Middlesex will be hoping for a pretty similar start to that which Leicestershire had this yesterday morning, 19 for 3.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a little bit chilly out there this morning, I must say, walking around. But like you say, the sun's coming out. It's starting to warm up. You would say Day 2 at Lords, traditionally a day for the batters. But like you say, Ian Holland getting the ball to nibble around a lot yesterday. Leicestershire would have been very happy with those 10 wickets. Middlesex need that same thing. 5 for Ian Holland in the day. He started off with the first 3 of Middlesex, and that's where we'll start off our Day 2. Let's have a look back at the Day 1 highlights.
And straight away, that little bit of seam movement. We said it's a yellowy looking pitch down there, Dean. Well, that ball's just hit the surface and gone. Oh, now that's trouble. Nips back in and Robson penned in his crease. Pinned on the back foot. And a wicket in the first over. That's a lovely, lovely shot. Holman's off the mark. Eases his way off the mark. Just a little bit short, a little bit of width. A lovely shot. Oh, dearie me. That's another beaut from Holland. Holden looks back up the track. He was trying desperately to get forward and across. Oh, and gone at mid-wicket. What a catch that is. What a wicket that is for Leicestershire. And what a toss to win it seems to be at the moment. They've got the ball doing a bit. Deploy, trying as he might. That's right up there, first ball, but Higgins trapping the bat down and picking up a boundary. Sweet, straight drive from Middlesex's number 5. And that's what he was looking for before. Snapped away by Holman, 3 points. Sharply struck. Offered up there again to Holman. Backward point got a fingertip to it. He doesn't take enough of the pace off it. Too full, put away by Holman. I think that'll be the disappointment for Leicestershire in this. Oh, he's got him. He's offered a few outside the off stump to Holman. They all have, and this time they get the edge. That's raced away. He said he's a punchy player. Does like to feel bat on ball geddies. He gets a good chunk of that.
As Naseema's getting early wickets.
Oh, that's edged, and through it goes. It didn't carry. Keeper going for it, Cox. It was his catch. Had it have carried. That is powered through the covers by Geddes, who said he's a punchy player. Got ball, and that is lunch on the first day. Simon Hughes would help if I'd have spotted that nobody had thrown in the ball at that point, but right on the spot.
Take advantage later on.
That's edged. There is no third slip. I'm not sure it would have carried to a third. It had already bumped by the time. Width offered, width punished. Higgins stands up tall and... Oh, dearie me. Higgins tries to leave. Bottom edge. Down onto the stumps and a punch at the back of the bat from Higgins as he walks off, but delight. That's a lovely shot by Davies. What a way to get off the mark. Stands up tall, hits on the up. That's darted across him clearly, and starting too wide, it's punished. Into double figures, Davies with the back foot. Hooked in the air and gone at long leg. Geddes falls for 23. Oh, now Gohar giving it some real intent for 4. That's nicely whipped away by Davies. Oh, now there's a bit in this, isn't there? And the batters, even when they're starting to look set and not playing it as comfortably as they might, that's
Basically took over.
eases that one away. Gohar a little bit finer, I think, than he'd have liked. That's edged. Now, that slip cordon has been of interest. I was struggling to describe. That's through. Mid-on dive into his left. Davies onto 40. That's a nice little tuck, isn't it? clipped away in between mid-on and mid-wicket, and Zafar Gohar's into the 20s. Oh well, goes short with that, and he's uppercut for 4. Oh yes, no, fortunately for Jack Davies, Zafar Gohar appeared quite clear in its call of no, and quite early on it as well. So back they go. And a dot ball begins the evening session. Well, they might not even need it. Davies goes for 49, his 90th delivery. 198 for 7 now, Middlesex. And Ahmed. Well, there's a boundary. In the middle of the bat as well. Oh, now. Gone. Gohar looks to go big, but it skies and is a comfortable catch in the end. And there's that flaying drive of Roland Jones, 4 it'll be down the slope. There you go, that's Roland Jones at his best. Glorious straight drive. Now he flays at that one, straight down the ground. Long on's running in, he won't get there, and it will go for 4. It was straight back over the bowler's head. Well, he gets hold of that one, but no, he doesn't. It's an edge. Down it goes, and it's held. Patel takes it. Oh, now that's gone up in the air. Sharma gets hold of it. Oh, he just about holds on Scriven. Put up their first ball, Roland Jones. Pretty much you expect. I want to make full use of every one. That's a lovely, lovely shot by Budinger. He needed that. I suggest both of the openers needed that. Roland Jones is giving a hard chase. That's a lovely shot again. Again, this is somewhere in between that lovely flowing drive and the gentle push. He's timed it perfectly. Well, he's gone! Higgins has him! Patel falls for 6, the last ball of the first day. And Ryan Higgins thrown the ball by his skipper to bowl that last over. So that was day one, and a fascinating day one it was. 19 for 3 was a big problem for Middlesex yesterday morning, but 102 for 2 in the afternoon session, I think it was. Overall, 232, I think, at the close of play. Middlesex going to be pretty happy with it. All right, you always want a little bit more, but equally, I think Leicestershire from 19 for 3 probably feel they just let the pressure off a little.
Yeah, it was an enthralling day of cricket, I felt, and like you say, I'd say Leicestershire will be pleased to come away with those 10 wickets. Winning the toss, bowling first, getting 10 wickets is always successful, but like you say, maybe they just let their grip off a little bit. Maybe when the new ball faded off in that afternoon spell, the sun came out and we saw, Jack Davies, for example, Ryan Higgins bat very well and get stuck in. So, yeah. Yeah,
I think they were 2 really good knocks, the Davies and Higgins top scoring for Middlesex in that 2-3-2. It was also a very special day for a debutant for Middlesex. Overnight, Middlesex, Stephen Fletcher managed to catch up with Navia Sharma.
Navia Sharma, thanks so much for coming out to join us at the end of the first day here against Leicestershire. Now, first and foremost, congratulations, you made your debut here at the Home of Cricket today. How much did you enjoy the experience?
Very much, very much. I'm thrilled to make my debut. It's something I've been working towards for a long, long time, so to finally be able to cross the line and make my debut, and no better place than the Home of Cricket.
Absolutely not. Now, we haven't really had the chance to catch up since you were given your first pro contract by the club back at the end of last year. How have you settled into life? You obviously had a winter away first and foremost, but you've been back training with the boys in pre-season. How have you settled into life with the first team squad?
It's been fantastic. I mean, it's a great group of lads to come into and join. They've been very welcoming, and obviously the intensity going from the academy to the staff has been noticeable, and really enjoying that increase. And then obviously great to be amongst such a talented and experienced group of lads to just learn off and sort of improve your game via that.
You were in the academy now from the age of 16 through to about 19 before you got that first pro contract, and someone that's played a really big part in your own development in your career is Mark Lane, our pathway head coach. Now, really nice moment to start the day when Mark Lane presented you with your cap. How special was that?
Very, very special. I mean, Laney's been instrumental in getting me to where I am all the way through the academy. Him and Huey have worked very closely with me, so it was a very special moment to have Laney present me with my cap.
Someone else notable at this morning's capping was Johnny Maunders from Sunbury, which is obviously your home club. A number of wonderful cricketers have come through the Sunbury ranks. How special to have Johnny alongside you for that?
Great to have John there as well. John's also been very, very instrumental in my development, so to have him by my side on this occasion is very, very nice.
We finished the day 232 all out. You batted out there with another former Sunbury lad who was Toby Rowland-Jones. You put on a partnership of 30 odd for the 9th wicket, which could in the context of this game be a really important partnership. How much did you enjoy batting out there with Toby?
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Obviously first time batting in first class cricket, and that's you at Lords. Great experience, obviously nerves, but having someone as experienced as Toby is great. Just eases the nerves, tell you what your role is, and really puts you at ease, so it's great to do that.
Absolutely. We didn't get a chance to get the ball into your hand this evening. We had 7 overs at Leicester. Really important wicket picked up there by Ryan Higgins. You obviously saw enough of this morning's play to see that there's a fair bit in it with the new ball. Leicester bowlers started today with some pace and bowled really, really well, got lots of movement. You must be looking forward to having a go tomorrow. Yeah,
very much looking forward to it. Obviously the Leicester bowlers bowled really well on there, and then our lads at the end really show that there's something in the wicket when you get it right. So really excited to get the ball and see how I can contribute tomorrow morning.
Fantastic. Well, now thanks so much for joining us. Huge congratulations again on your debut, and go well tomorrow.
Cheers.
So Navya Sharma making his debut yesterday for Middlesex, and in that huddle now, listening to the words of Toby Rowland-Jones, it will be there will be a number of fascinating things today for Middlesex and for all of us as viewers, I think, watching on this one, as to whether, well, it was mentioned in the interview there, and we touched on it a little yesterday on the commentary, is it a new ball pitch, that 19 for 3 spell. It kind of set the tone for the day when Ian Holland picked up the first 3 wickets, the first of 5 that he would take, and from that point Middlesex's task was a rebuild throughout the day. They've got 1 wicket themselves this morning, given out LBW last night. Rishi Patel by umpire Kettleborough on the left there, umpire Bailey on the right, and it was a pretty good call, I reckon, the one of Patel. I wasn't sure on first look, but then when you watched it again on the replay, I was thinking, yep, that one is pretty much stone dead. So Patel was gone for 6, LBW to Higgins. 7 overs possible yesterday for Leicestershire before stumps. 22 for 1 overnight. Budinger had a little bit of a tough time of it with Patterson in his first couple of overs. The final over was a little easier though, and he got away 1 sumptuous drive before the close. But Rehan Ahmed out there with him, yet to face at the other end. So 22 for 1 it is, the final ball of the first day, taking the wicket. Toby Rowland-Jones having a good look at that ball this morning, and that will be the interesting factor. How much of a new ball pitch is this for the bowlers, and if Middlesex can get Leicestershire into something of a similar position to that 19 for 3 that they themselves were in yesterday morning, will they be able to force the matter, or will Leicestershire similarly be able to fight back as Middlesex did? It was a patient day, and of course one of the big names to come is Pete Hanscom, the former Middlesex captain, now the Leicestershire captain in the middle order. So Patterson it is, first ball of the second day. He's got 3 slips in place, and he's got Budinger on strike. There's an early indication. Lovely ball. Patterson has a look. Front on again, please, mate. Yep. Now, I'm not sure that ball quite carried through to Jack Davies, which is another thing to note. And looking at Davies now under the slip cordon, I wonder, is that the conversation? They all seem to be nattering about something. Could there be a step forward? It was noted that perhaps this track is on the slightly lower side. So we'll have to wait and see on that front. But fine first delivery for this man. Nicely onto the hip of Budinger just to ease into the onside. That'll feel a little bit better for the left-hander, just to feel bat on ball this morning. But it was a beaut first up. Have you got a problem now? Have you got a problem? Okay, yeah. Let's have a look at that first ball of the morning once again. Pitch him just about in line. Only just though, and beat it on the outside edge, and it did bounce on the way through to Davies, so that'll be interesting to see. If nothing else happens in the over, can we see it one more time from front one, just because I want to see where Davies was standing. There you go, a beaut again. And that one carrying through nicely to Davies, taking it away in front of the slip. Yes, please. You can go both of them. So here's the first one. I'm just looking to see where Jack Davies was standing on that one, because it didn't quite carry him, whether he took a step forward or not. You can see the grass mark in there. I think it might have just carried, actually. If he did take a step forward, it was marginal. It does look as though he did. Just take a step further forward. Just something for the keepers to work out on any given surface, any given ground in the world where you've got to position yourself. Wow. Well, Patterson's got it going this morning. That's a beaut. And we talked about the pitches here at Lords this year, offering plenty to both the batters and the bowlers. It's been a really, really good balance throughout the season so far, the surfaces here at Lords. And that one, another indication. There's a little bit of seam movement out there for the bowlers. You put it in the right spot and you'll get some reward. But equally, if you're off target, there are runs to be had, as plenty of starts from Middlesex batters yesterday suggested. A little tickle down to long leg, and the man we heard from this morning, the overnight interview, Navia Sharma, who will get his go at some point. Will it be the nursery end for him? Dave Patterson does say he prefers it down at the nursery. So far he's been shown why. So a look at Rehan Ahmed. On ball to go the over, they'll be very keen to make sure that that naught of Ahmed remains, and in particular that naught that he's faced doesn't get too high. Beautifully played, right in behind it, solid forward defence. Up to mid-off and a dot ball to finish the opening over of the day. So 8 without loss and 8 without loss. 8 overs bowled, 23 for 1. Leicestershire, the live enhanced stream here at Lords in association with Daffabet. Myself, Kevin Hand, on the mic today alongside Dom Ford.
A good start from Dane Patterson. You don't get many looseners with the experienced seamer that he is. Really good start. Budinger managed to get through it last night. There was a couple of close LBW shouts, but a good start from the Middlesex spearhead this morning. It'll be Ryan Higgins from the pavilion end, not Toby Rowland-Jones. Higgins picking up that important wicket, dragging Middlesex's nose a little bit further forward with that LBW of Rishi Patel with the last ball of the day yesterday.
He's going to be around the wicket here. An interesting move from Rowland-Jones. I mean, it's pretty hard to take the ball out of his hand, isn't it, when you've taken it? But Rowland-Jones is the skipper, he is the leader, but Higgins is the man who's backed. Immediately onto the spot as well. Mention that if it's a pitch that is it on the bouncier side or on the slightly lower side, it's the slightly lower side, this one, and perhaps that will suit somebody of Higgins's stature more than Rowland-Jones, who does look to extract bounce, but equally on a pitch where you are thinking, okay, it's not getting as much bounce as perhaps it's Rowland-Jones that will find that additional lift. So it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out, but the great thing of interest is balancing a first innings, 232, and how do Leicestershire go in reply? 23 for 1. Middlesex, well, no, 232 is not a lot of runs in the grand scheme of things, but I think quietly they're not too disappointed with their recovery from 19 for 3.
Yeah, they always say you can really start to determine how the pitch is playing when both teams have batted on it. Like you say, that recovery, 19 for 3, 232, all out, gives Middlesex something to bowl at. if they can make those early inroads today. Day 2 at Lords, usually a lovely day for batting.
Looking that one through mid-wicket, Leicestershire fell to not too dissimilar on a shot, not too dissimilar to that yesterday. Just all working to mid-wicket, but the bowling was at the other end, so there is that danger that with the slope the ball nips back in a little and your head all of a sudden is outside the line of the ball and you're lifting it to mid-wicket, as Leicestershire did. This one, well, similarly, you've got the danger of your head falling across because of your body weight going across that ball, but the slope itself isn't going against the shot. For 1 then. Budinger on 17 from 34. A couple of hairy moments yesterday evening and a couple of fine deliveries so far from Patterson this morning, but they'll be looking for a big day ahead from him to try and help set this up. Davies standing up looking for that ball. It's a difficult one for the keepers here at Lords, even when you're standing back with the slope. Standing up it's even more difficult on any given surface, of course, but another ball to offer Middlesex great hope that they can make a couple of early breakthroughs this morning and make sure the pressure, like in their own innings, is top down.
Good start from Higgins as well. Got a few in today. Saturday, sun shining at Lords. Hopefully see more come through the gates as the day goes on. Could be a really exciting day of cricket. Day 2 at Lords. 2 strong teams going at it. This will be a good test. Dane Patterson up against Rehan Ahmed. Ahmed has been promoted up the order this season for Leicestershire. Scored 2 first-class tons, won a couple of games ago against Lancashire. A very flamboyant player when he gets into his flow, but it won't be easy this morning. We always say that first hour is vital to break through, get through it. If the visitors can negotiate this new ball, just 9 overs old, if they can get through the first hour without too much damage, you think they could be set for a good day of batting. Dane Patterson will be hoping otherwise.
Just have to stretch for that one slightly. Foot wasn't quite there. Probably wasn't quite there for the shot. Indeed, but got everything behind it in the end.
Dane Patterson, wonderful signing for Middlesex. As mentioned throughout the season so far, a lot of responsibility fell onto Toby Rowland-Jones last year. Patterson just bringing in vast experience, 620 1 first-class wickets, 36 years of age. Just hoping to ease the load on Toby Rowland-Jones.
Oh, no ball called. No ball, so it wouldn't have counted, but look at it from behind, just see how much it did off the surface. The angle's taking it in, and yeah, just pitched. And then the natural variation that we talk about here at Lords as well, the slope, that one just seaming away. Fine way to finish the over, just the no ball off it. 27 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant. Again, from the experienced seamer. I feel like he could be due. Big haul, Dane Patterson. 8 wickets so far this season. He's bowled really well, consistent, economical.
We're in there somewhere, up on the top tier. A lovely view down on the playing surface. Probably only one better place, 2 better places to be than the media centre. The pavilion are out where Ryan Higgins is now, running into bowl. Inside edge, rolls up the pads. We'll bring Rehan Ahmed onto strike for the first time against Higgins. With that last ball yesterday evening, there was the drop as well. Chip up to mid-on where the young debutant wasn't able to hold on. A few nerves probably jangling, and the ball jangled around in between his hands as well. Got a big hug from Higgins, which was really good to see from the experienced pro for the youngster as they walked off. That was after he got the LBW of Patel. Whether the big hug would have been there without the wicket. Beaut.
Yeah, that wicket last ball of the day definitely would have just made them all feel a little bit better, sleep a little bit easier. Excited to watch young Navya Sharma bowl. A lot of hype about him. He's been in and around the setup for a while. He's got his opportunity, will get his opportunity today. Three slips in place. Navy's up to the stumps. Just be to keep Rehan Ahmed, Sol Bunninger in their crease. Maybe a sign as well of the lower pitch. Higgins always Mr. Consistent in line and length. If you can just get that ball nibbling around, as we saw with Ian Holland yesterday, could cause a lot of damage.
Ooh, wristily played. May well have played it for 4. Shown. Gohar coming around to collect. Single taken. Higgins going to look out to that boundary, weighing it all up. 1 for 5 from 2.5. You know the economy will be good with Higgins. Lift as well. We did mention that perhaps this will be on for Rowland-Jones to be the man to find that extra bit of bounce, but Higgins always has a trick up at his sleeve. 29 for 1.
Jack Davies up to the stumps, as we mentioned. Really has lifted off the pitch. He's done well to stop that, Davies. Nice early wake-up call. And the keeper batted well yesterday, did Davies. Good match-up this morning. Strong bowling attack up against a Leicestershire side who see top of Division 2 but have had a little bit of fragile batting order this season. It's been their bowling attack that's really pushed them to the top of Division 2. A straight drive to the boot of Roland Jones. But yeah, they've been lots of starts for the Leicestershire batters, which will give Middlesex a little bit of confidence that if they can pick up a couple of wickets, they might be able to get on a roll. Vital morning session on day 2.
Skirts away. Stop there by go high up backward point. It's a short boundary away. Down the slope for this one with the lower tier of the square.
This is the matchup. Patterson will feel like he's really in the game up against the left-handed Budinger. Caused him trouble last night and a little bit this morning as well. That angle of attack and the slope just helping the ball leave the left-hander. Catches in place, waiting for any edge.
A little bit of bite in that one again for Patterson. Top ball ends the over though, 30 for 1 after 12. Glorious day. A few more puffs of cloud than there were yesterday. Temperatures not at their highest, although apparently, is it tomorrow maybe? I heard on the radio on the drive home last night, temperatures could be rivaling Ibiza. Certainly the scenes in a tavern at the end from the Stream team rival Ibiza at times.
DJ Danny, the producer, live stream director.
Ollie the Fish Thorpe next door. Rarely see the players in there nowadays, and that is a genuine comment as well. I actually bumped into the umpires last night and it was lamented a little how you don't see the players. Well, but it was lamented that you see the players doing the right thing, not spending their time in the pub at the close.
And Geddes, you just saw there with the helmet, getting in close. And short leg, you saw in the last over that Higgins bowled. Rehan Ahmed wristily flicking one into the leg side. Geddes will be there, waiting for any opportunity.
It's away. Nicely done. 4 more to total. First boundary for Rehan Ahmed.
Yeah, just a little straight from Higgins. There's a deep square, no deep fine leg. Nicely flicked from Leicestershire's leg spinning number 3.
Whipping back in with the slope. It's that little bit of movement that we talked about. Saw Holland yesterday from the nursery and really troubling Middlesex. Nibbling the ball around on a pretty full length. That's why we wondered, is this a new ball pitch? Is it one that Middlesex need to get in amongst them quickly?
Yeah, I think so. Just judging by what we saw yesterday, that new ball really helping the opening bowlers of Leicestershire, but kind of afternoon session definitely runs there for the batters. They get stuck in as that new ball shine wears off a little bit. There are runs there to be had. There's a lot of importance on Middlesex to try and make further inroads while this ball is fresh, when it's new, just 12 overs old at the moment. The change in field, it's Max Holden going to a short fine, leg slip area, that ball nipping back into the right-handed Rehan Ahmed. That's why one safely evading, go around to pick it up. They pick up 2, but that's why the field change was there. Caught the inside edge of Rehan Ahmed, but safely away for a couple. Leicestershire 36 for 1 at the end of the 13th.
Nudge of gloves and a natter. Where else would you want to be on a Saturday? Out in the middle at Lord's, having a bat. Middlesex will be hoping to make it a very uncomfortable day. Holman in the background there. Zafar Gohar in the foreground, 2 spinners that might get a little look in later, but again, Middlesex, I'm sure, will be hoping that it's this new ball and the seam bowlers that are able to have the biggest impact. Because if they do, it's likely to happen sooner rather than later. And that'll be the want. Day 2 can be the best day to bat, though. The sun out. Freshness of the pitch from the first day and the first morning in particular, settling down. And it was a big first morning. 6.5 overs on the board, while Middlesex were 19 for 3 yesterday. Four down at lunch, then only 2 in the afternoon session. Picking up the final 4 in the evening. Another one. Slides up the slope for Patterson, and a fine delivery. Keen to find this edge though. Last match here for Middlesex before he heads off to South Africa duty. He will be with the squad in Glamorgan next week as well. Want to sign off with a flourish though.
I'm going to miss the button-up shirt. I think it's a bit of an iconic look.
Squaring up Budinger on that one. He's certainly testing the left-hander, and he has done throughout in this innings so far.
Just a little bit of shape on that one as well. Other hand early, looking to turn the left-hander into an S. Caught the edge. Just one of those bowlers that's always testing both the in and outside edge of the bat. Dane Patterson, he will be missed in this Middlesex attack.
Oh, up in the air. And he's got it not out. Well, Budinger's head went to the sky, and a long way to the sky, at which point I was looking high in the sky as well, but already Patterson was grabbing the ball. We'll have to have a closer look at this one. Just off that thigh guard goes up, and that's why it didn't go so high, because it was only off a bit of padding. And yeah, Middlesex knew that was why my eyes were going up to the sky. If it did hit bat, then that's flying up at 3 or 4 times the height of what it did go.
Good reactions from Patterson though. One-handed catch. Off to celebrate like a football. Scored a goal in football.
And then jags that one through the middle of him. Beautiful delivery from Patterson. Go straight over the top of the stumps. Let's have a look. Oh. A little inside edge. Beating Jack Davies. It's gone up as buys, but it's a little harsh on the keeper. That was indeed an inside edge. You can almost see the hangdog look even from here on Jack Davies in the distance as his gloves hang by his side. There's the response from Budinger. What would Patterson give for one more ball this over? A fine over. It goes down as a maiden for the bowler, so he'll have a smile. Poor old Jack Davies, that was a clear inside edge. Wrong foot in the keeper. 40 for 1.
I think if I was Budinger, I would have been showing the bat as well. Now I'd have taken the 4 runs. He'll stay on 18. Smiles in the crowd already. Hope they've got their sun cream. I'm sure the UVs might be creeping up today. The sun is very much out here at Lord's. It was pretty cloudy when I was coming in this morning, but the sun has burnt away those clouds. Weather set fair for the next couple of days.
Edge away. No deep third, so it'll be another boundary. Only just. It's keep poor old Sam Robson interested all the way.
He was really going after that one. Was Robbo. Testing until the end. Outside edge. Rehan Ahmed just pushing at it a little bit. Seam away from Higgins. Another boundary for the number 3. Noticed yesterday Leicestershire pretty much from the start had a 3rd man in place. Very much a run saving position these days. Here's deploy. Coming over for a quick chat with Higgins. He's spotted something in Buddinger's left-handed technique. Higgins sneak through the gap between bat and pad, perhaps.
Tumbling, scrambling, stop. Get through for the single because he couldn't quite hold on, but equally the key is didn't get through for 4. "15 overs bowled, 46 for 1. Had that lifeline yesterday evening, Budinger. Middlesex will hope that that's not costly. 19 from 47 now. Looking to lead the way. Hill, Hanscom and Holland. The next 3 in. Quite the 3 Ws, but the 3 H's. Be looking to do some damage in the middle order. If these two can take a little bit more shine off this new ball. Pitching it outside the line of leg. That's why Patterson didn't go. Those behind the stumps at a different angle to it all.
You forgot the main H, Kev. What about hand? Ronald Jones starting to loosen up. I'm sure we'll see him very soon.
Well, there's a pick-up and a half. They had enough in that from Budinger, and it's gone all the way. We saw the one pitch outside leg before, which resulted in the big appeal. That one into the slot and into the stand.
It's an extraordinary shot. The blast is fast approaching. Budinger, a bit of practice in there, but just mentally, that's a really good bit of play from Budinger. He's been under the wraps of Dane Patterson last night and this morning. A couple of near misses in the last over as well. That's a statement of intent from the left-hander. Really good cricket.
Cut hards, back-to-back boundaries, 6 and a 4. Past the 50 mark. Budinger pushing along for the Foxes at Lords.
Yeah, a little bit of width from Patterson. It's a favoured scoring area for Budinger. Quickly moves on to 29. 6 followed by a 4. What will Patterson's response be? Yeah, there's a couple of balls, just good cricket from Budinger. You can get very much bogged down against a bowler like Patterson, like Roland Jones. Very easy to feel like they're very much on top. Plays and misses, LBW shouts. We saw that inside edge as well from Budinger. That's good cricket from the left-hander to get back on the attack.
Oh, he's bowled him! Well, a 6, a 4, and a beaut through the gate to finish from Patterson. He has his revenge after that sweet pick-up earlier in the over. You wondered whether Buttinger was starting to get his eye in and starting to move up the gears, but he's moving back to the pavilion now.
Yeah, through the gate. Brilliant response from Patterson. He said it was a great match-up, top of off stump. Brilliantly bowled. Reward for the South African. Buttinger will be disappointed with that. Just getting that foot forward, looking to find the boundary, but he goes for 29. The Middlesex have an important breakthrough.
Yep. On ball to come with the 16th. Leicestershire 56 for 2. So, first wicket for Patterson. The next man he'll be looking at is Lewis Hill, 34 years of age now. First class average just over 30. 7 centuries and 24 50s. His maiden century did indeed come here in the capital, but it was south of the river against Surrey. 2015.
A reward for Dane Patterson. Bowled with a lot of control, caused a lot of threat. And every time he's played for Middlesex so far this season. This is 9th for Middlesex. And you go back to back against Lewis Hill here.
Right on the spot. Good over. 56 for 2. And this is White. Just good line and length bowling. Talk about that slope, bringing a ball back in to a left-hander. So that kind of jerk, don't you, movement as the ball tucks you up a little. That's what happened to Buttinger, and a reward for Patterson, which he will feel it's probably long overdue in that innings. It was a really fine contest between the pair, and Patterson for the most part had been on top until that 6 and 4 a couple of balls later. The Middlesex man comes back with a vengeance. There's the man who got it going, Ryan Higgins, at the wicket of Patel LBW. He's got Rehan Ahmed to continue against for now. 2 slips and a short leg, the close catchers. See that ball offering a little through the air there. See how much it was through the air. Well, not too much actually. Short leg, they'll pick up single. Tumble and a dive there for Geddes under the helmet. Yeah, it was heavy cloud cover this morning. You first thought, oh, this might do a little bit through the air, but there was nothing, no swing at all yesterday. And a great sign of it today. Well, everybody be hoping that that one isn't required to be fired up today. A day for maintenance and topping up the tank, but hopefully not turning on the hover cover. There's no threat of rain in this one, so we'll hope that first versus third in Division 2 is untroubled by the elements. Middlesex will be hoping that that 30-point gap between the leaders, the Foxes, and themselves will not be extended. By the end of this round, it's already a A big enough gap. Third slip coming in for Higgins for Hill's first ball from Middlesex's right armour. And he goes stretching a little bit for that first ball. Quite timed it. It is a big boundary though, and uphill. Insert no pun there. The right-hander Hill gets 3 to get off the mark.
40 minutes in and the first pun has arrived. Don't think Higgins will mind that though. Lewis Hill just reaching a little. That third slip did just come into play. A little teaser out wide of the off stump.
Yeah, I think the slope acted against Hill there, didn't it?
It has begun. He's on a roll already.
There you go. There is the big old boundary up the slope to the grandstand. Little clip down the slope, much shorter boundary.
Just tumbling stop in the covers. Noticeably Higgins with a much straighter line of attack against Rehan Ahmed. As Kev says, short boundary away to the leg side for the right-hander. With that slope coming back in, maybe they feel that Ahmed could be vulnerable. LBW in front of the stumps.
End of the over. 60 for 2. Oh, he's got company today, look at that. What should we read into that? Is that a crow? Just not a magpie, at least. Yeah, a magpie sat atop the Grim Reaper would be pretty ominous for us all, I think.
Thought the crow looked quite nice up there. Maybe we should have a little statue to old Father Time. Patterson might have bought himself one more over with that wicket of Budinger. Last time around we saw Roland Jones just getting warm. The South African continuing in the attack.
Looks as though there's a little bit of shape on that again through the air. It's a lovely shot from Hill. Quite got all of it. But they'll get 3. Yep, a little bit of swing. Swinging onto the middle on that occasion. He's had 45 minutes, so it won't be far from the end of this spell. We'll be able to take a second off with him. Lined it up nicely, Rehan Ahmed, this morning.
He can be a dangerous player when he gets in. Rehan Ahmed, just 20 years of age, averaging 28 in first-class cricket. Patterson be looking to take one more with him in this spell before handing over to, you would assume, to be the skipper, Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do with Sharma. Roland Jones, the pavilion end bowler. In the foreground there, you'd imagine he'll replace Higgins. And Sharma will have to make do with the nursery end for now. You never know. Sharma, like Patterson, might take a liking to the nursery ends. 3 off the over. Lovely drive from Hill. Getting it away down the ground. Not all the way, though. 63 for 2. Good sprinkling in on a lovely Saturday morning here at Lord's. Nearly ticking over to the afternoon as we saw old Father Time there, coming up 15 minutes to midday. A reasonable attendance in today. We see some big first days. It's been the same up and down the country. Some really good attendances on day one, and the weekend attendances sometimes can slip off a little bit, but not too bad today. That is a lovely ball from Higgins. For all the world, Hill has got a bank on this one, hitting the off stump on that line. There you go, just pops up the slope off the seam. A lovely, lovely ball from Higgins, but out of the hand there, you've got to, as a right-hander, be thinking this ball could seam with the slope in towards the off stump. And that's the beauty of it all. That one nips away.
Yeah, one of those that, as a batter, you just have to put behind you, I think. It's not easy to clear your mind. It's what these professionals do so well. Just focus on the ball that's coming into you now. No one came back in. Side edge from Hill. Nips back. Height a problem though. Pinned in the crease somewhat though, Rehan Ahmed. Thumping up towards that back hip, the right hip where he just rubs on it. Keeper standing up, keeping Rehan Ahmed tight in his crease. Back foot again. As he defends that one. We'll just have to be careful with the slope here at Lord's, getting pinned on that back foot, because when it does come back in, which the first one of the over didn't particularly, just beat him
inside edge, but when it does come back in with a slope, it can have a tendency when seaming back in to just keep a little lower, fraction lower.
And Geddes as well moved from short leg into a short mid wicket.
Eases his way into that one. Get a couple. Pick up and throw from Sharma, released early, and they've come back for the third. Oh, wow. Well, that throw from Sharma looked pretty good to me. Let's have a look at the run in between the wickets here. So, comfortable 2. Hill then is watching. Yes, please, he says. But oh, yes, then there was the hesitation. The bounce was just what did for Davies there. And did for the chance of the run out. But it was a really good pick up and return from Sharma. So close to a wicket. 67 for 2.
Yeah, not what the visitors would have wanted. Bit of hesitation, bit of ball watching.
That's taken from a very straight line. Get a couple here, but Middlesex will feel they're in the game at the moment. 67 for 2. Resume this morning, 1 down, just past 20 on the board. So they've added 57 runs in just under 55 minutes this morning for the loss of 1 wicket. Edged high up the outside edge. He dropped the hands on that though. Soft hands from Ahmed, and bottom hand coming off as well. Just stretching for it, look, playing outside the line. Pushing well away from his body at that, but just about got away with it. So we'll look at the wicket to fall this morning. This is from umpire Cam Patterson. Sneaking that one in between the bat and the pad. Umpire Bailey wearing the umpire cam.
It's a great view for the umpire as well, isn't it? Looking wonderful with the sun shining down. Solidly in behind that from Hill. So a couple of starts this season, Lewis Hill. 96 against Glamorgan at the start of the season. A 64 and a 55. A lot of the Leicestershire batters making good starts, but only a couple have kicked on. Pete Hanscom, Rehan Ahmed reaching tons this season so far.
"20 bowls on a sunny Saturday morning at Lords." 70 for 2 Leicestershire. First pint of the morning, did I just hear from producer Dan? Who are we dobbing in, Dan? Where am I looking on the screen at the first pint? Oh. See a few drinks on display. I think producer Dan's been a little bit harsh. I can't see anything other than a soft drink on display there. Won't be anything soft about what this man delivers. Bowls a heavy ball, Toby Rowland-Jones, and that's what Middlesex will be looking for. They'll be looking for a breakthrough. Hard and fast now, just one wicket in the first hour will be a little disappointing so far.
Yeah, good opening spell from Higgins. Now opportunity for Rowland-Jones to come in. Really grab this first innings. By the scruff of the neck, can he pick up a couple of breakthroughs? 6 wickets away from his 600th first class for the Middlesex skipper.
Oh, very nearly, and he has! The bails go flying. I thought it had missed that leg stump for a moment, but the inside edge chops down onto the stumps. And Rowland-Jones in his first over of the second day has the breakthrough that Middlesex would have wanted. Rehan Ahmed. Oh, so close to miss him, but onto that leg stump it goes. I thought he got away with it for a minute as I saw that ball go away, but then there's that bail jumping up behind him, and the death rattle for the Leicestershire number 3. Bowled Rowland-Jones for 20. And Leicestershire 70 for 3.
There we go. What a start from the skipper. Huge wicket. Rehan Ahmed will be walking off. Leicestershire 70 for 3. This game really in the balance at the moment in this first innings.
Pete Hanscom, former Middlesex captain, Leicestershire skipper, skips down the steps, familiar territory for the Australian who hit a century on his last visit to Lords. Wasn't quite so successful with the bat for Middlesex, but very successful with his impact on the dressing room and his captaincy. He left an impression on the side of what direction they needed to head. But he sent the Foxes firing to the top of the table at the moment. He's got a bit of work to do for his side here. 70 for 3, still trailing by 162. I'd say the regret I'd imagine overnight for Leicestershire would be 19 for 3. They let Middlesex off the hook a little. Imagine now Middlesex, they've got rid of the 2 overnights. Buddinger gone for 29, Ahmed gone for 20, Hill on 7, 11 balls face. Hanscom heads out to the middle. This is the chance. 20 overs bowled this morning, so the ball's still hard and new, and Rowland-Jones at the start of a spell as well. This could be a really pivotal passage of play as the Middlesex captain and the Leicestershire captain go head to head. This could really set up where the destination of the first innings of this match goes. He's precise, Hanscom. He's nowhere near ready to go, and he's making Rowland-Jones wait. He's very precise and meticulous. That very distinctive bat tap of his. Solidly forwards, pushing into the offside. Can we get Hanscom with his idiosyncrasies? Skippered by Hanscom for a couple of years. Deployed to break through. Watch Hanscom here now. It's this taps precisely once, then behind him like that. That's punched away off the back foot. Nice shot, little short, little wide. Strongly struck. From the right-hander to get off the mark, and they've turned rapidly for 3 in that one.
You feel that is the battle now, Roland Jones against Pete Hanscom. This first innings very much in the balance. Perfect start for Roland Jones in this spell. Can very often get on a roll, especially when he picks up a wicket early in the innings.
Styles a little long way through to the keeper. Comfortable leave to end the over, an over that started with the wicket. 73 for 3. Here's White. Nips back in, takes that inside edge. So, here's the moment. Navia Sharma, debut for Middlesex. Young man into the side and into the attack now. Always a big moment for any youngster making their debut for their county. Debut here at Lords. He's got Toby Roland Jones orchestrating the field with him, running up the hill to the pavilion end. It's 3 slips, deep point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Orthodox 6-3 fields. Middlesex will want some pretty orthodox top of off-stump consistency from the youngster. That'll be what he's charged with. Just keep it tight, keep it on the spot, keep it simple. Well, he's on the spot, on the wickets, but a little too straight, a little too full, and a couple for Hanscom. But the first ball's through from Sharma. I'm sure that'll just be a good feeling to have that first ball out of the way, shake off a few nerves, which undoubtedly there has to be for anybody on your debut. A bad man to have next to him, Toby Roland Jones, though, as a mentor. Patterson the other side. It's angling in again. It's done a little too straight. Single is taken, so Hill will come on to strike. Hanscom's immediately come down to have a natter with Hill, just to say he's fizzing it in. Certainly that's my impression of the first 2 balls. Just seems to be a little bit of shape into the right-hander. Edged! Oh, and shelled. Robson picks himself up at slip. Such a safe pair of hands, so usually. And third ball of his opening over in Championship cricket. Sharma very nearly, look at that, top of off stump. It was a beautiful ball. It was straight in, but straight back out for Robson. Oh. I'm not sure he'll be as exuberant as that in years to come. He'll soon learn you have the right as a gnarly old bowler to be pretty grumpy with your slip corner and putting one down, but of course poor old Sharma put down Budinger with a bit of a dolly last night. The nerves were clearly with him there, but he started beautifully with the ball.
Oh, what a moment that would have been. What a smile on his face. I love this experience. He's bowling with good pace here. It's young Sharma. Thought maybe he might have had a chance last night to sneak one over in, but he's had to be patient for the first hour this morning. He'll look to settle into a spell. It's been a really good start against two very experienced batters in Hill and Hanscom. Impressed in second 11 cricket for Middlesex.
Solidly in behind that. It's a very, very good first over and a promising first over. Navia Sharma. Oh man. On debut. And one over under the belt. Sam Robson comes to apologise. In years to come he won't be smiling. When the catches are put down, he'll be just as grumpy as the rest of them. But at the moment he's full of energy, he's full of adrenaline, full of enthusiasm.
He'll feel a lot better getting that first over under his belt. He can settle in now. Bowling in partnership with Toby Rowland-Jones. Not many better on the county circuit for Sharma to learn from than Toby Rowland-Jones. 1 wicket away from his 250th first class wicket at St John's Wood. Here at Lord's, he'll hope that he can get Peter Hanscom.
Oh, just about got the bat down there. Pete Hanscom, he's got a very distinctive technique. Wow. Only just. Nearly played inside the line of that one.
This will be the key battle. And now we're gone on day two. Rowland-Jones, spearhead for Middlesex against Pete Hanscom, the key batter for Leicester.
Top ball scrambling around. There's Joe Cracknell on as a sub.
He'll be hoping to get his opportunity. The return of white ball cricket fast approaching.
Ah, lovely ball. Real beaut from Roland Jones, beating the outside edge, but holding its line down the slope. This one, you so often see it jag back up, and Hanscom just about gets inside that one somehow, manages to miss it. Think of those balls that will seam back up the slope. That one kept following him. 76 for 3.
Sharma then from the nursery end. Very promising first over. It's always exciting when there's a new fast bowler on the scene. Represented England under 19s.
Cut away. Hanscom back onto strike. He had Hill dropped in the last over. Hanscom, though, a century here last year. Be a very prized wicket for Middlesex. Not a bad one to get first up for Sharma on debut. County's former captain.
Took 5 for 44 against Sri Lanka. Under 19s at the back end of last summer. Did Sharma. He's worked hard for this opportunity to make his first class debut. He's been in and around the second 11 for a little while. Has impressed. A lot of excitement. Tall, good pace. Words of encouragement from the skipper.
Dabble. Keeps it away. Oh yeah, look at that go. This will give us another angle as well. Coming in and then boop. Beautifully seams away. Straightens up a little on that one. It's happily in behind. Right, back onto the spot to finish the over. It's another good over from Sharma. That's 12 deliveries, beautifully racked up by the youngster on debut, and coming into the side with a lot of promise and a lot of words of great excitement from the coaches, those who've watched him through the years at Middlesex. Up against a pretty decent pair in Hill and Hanscom. Clipped away fine, straight onto the legs with the slope, Roland Jones, and it's Patterson giving chase, but he won't get there. 4 more to the total. Hill's into double figures.
Yeah, just a little straight from Roland Jones to start the over. Welcome boundary for Hill. It's a surface that's got plenty in it for both sides. A lot of nibble there, but runs on offer if that ball strays in line. Straight back on the money. Eight wickets last time out against Kent for Roland Jones. 5 for 33, 3 for 107. Picked up his 33rd 5-wicket haul in that game in first class cricket.
That's cut to backward point. It goes where Holman looks like an Aussie, doesn't he, with the cap on there and the war paint across his nose.
Trying to make Pete Hanscom feel at home.
Oh, another one chops on. Roland Jones picks up Hill. Had a chance a couple of overs back, put down in the slips. But he doesn't last too much longer. He's gone for 12. Roland Jones doing what Roland Jones does best. Pavilion end bowling. Right arm over to the right-hander, nip it back. And the inside edge does for Hill the same way it did for Ahmed. Just that little bit of movement off the surface, not a lot. Classic pavilion end bowling from the skipper, and a big celebration as well. Hill cleaned up for 12, Leicestershire 81 for 4.
A bit too close to cut from Hill. Previous delivery, he did get away. Well fielded. Went for the carbon copy, but that one just nipping in that little bit further. He's disappointed. He's gone for 12. Another big wicket for Middlesex. Leicestershire 4 wickets down.
In Holland, makes his way out at number 6. 5 wickets to his name. I'm sure he'll be looking to take something away with the bat as well. His side need him to. 81 for 4. They're still 151 behind, and just took them a little while to get going this morning, Middlesex, but it's the skipper, Roland Jones, who's quite blasted a door open just yet. Hanscom's still out there, the number 4. Indeed, number 5, my apologies. Holland, number 6, Cox the keeper to come.
Yeah, so when I go out and score, as he looks off, come back to the later. Yeah, we can start doing that.
A job to do for Ian Holland. Genuine all-rounder. Delivered with the ball brilliantly yesterday. Averages 25 with the bat. 5 first-class centuries to his name. Since scores of 74 against Derbyshire, 52 versus Gloucestershire this season. He's going to have to get dug in alongside Peter Hanscom.
That's a lovely ball. A beaut from Roland Jones. And survive for Holland, and survive he does. Not much you can do with that, whether you're on 100 or on 0. Marilyn Jones from the pavilion end putting it on that spot. You just got to play the line as best you can bet and hope that whatever seam movement there is either doesn't beat the inside edge or find the outside edge. 81 for 4, end of the 25th.
First bonus point as well for Middlesex. None with the bat, but they picked up their first one with the ball.
Oh, quite the arm.
Born in Isleworth, Navya Sharma, 19 years of age.
That steered, but I'm not quite sure he was fully in control of that, Holland. Down to deep third it'll go. A slide and a flick back in and a turn for a third. Just an extra bit of bounce maybe for Sharma on that one. Angling in, seams away and high up the outside. He's done pretty well over the top of it. That seam movement of interest, just a fraction short, allowing Holland to get happily on the back foot. A little too full and straight. Just a single, I think, but they're going to turn for the second. Wouldn't dare to suggest that it was the old yes-no Collymore call, as it was once. Put poor old Corey Collymore at mid-on. Mischievous colleague of mine saying the call when it goes to Corey is yes-no or Collymore. Patterson, 36 years of age now. End of a spell. It was a relatively comfortable 2, just wide of mid-on there, wasn't it? Away. Will it be? No, it won't. Oh, yes, it will. No. Oh, what a calamity that one's ended up being. Poor old Zafar Gohar put in all the effort, put in the slide, put in the dive, flicked it back. For all the world, he'd done the hard part. I thought he was just going to flick it up to his mate running around. Look at the chase. Look at the run. He's done all the hard work. Yeah, well done, Zafar. Oh, just slips out of his hands. And slips out of his reach. Little late cut. Late punch by Hanscom. It's up the boundary. Sharma a little unlucky with the runs that got away off the edge, but that's a handsome steer from Hanscom. End of the over, 95 for 4, the live stream in association with Dafferbet.
About 35 minutes to go until lunch here on day 2 at Lords. So it's been Middlesex's morning so far, 3 important wickets. It's a key partnership now. 95 for 4. This innings could swing either way. Middlesex can find one more breakthrough before lunch. And enjoy their food that little bit more. Leicestershire still trailing by 137. It takes is one big partnership. They'll feel like they've got the upper hand, but at the moment Middlesex fought back well. Mentioned earlier that they wouldn't have been too disappointed to end up at 232 yesterday.
Another inside edge onto the boot for a moment. Roland Jones rushing into the offside. Now, would that have been had Roland Jones got there? Was it into the ground, onto the boot and up?
Wicket of Lewis Hill was Toby Roland Jones, 250th first class wicket at Lords. So much experience, always impressive. So often on the money, metronomical action. 37 years of age, now is the Middlesex captain. Maiden over. Leicestershire 95 for 4.
It's in line at the top of the edge, Rich. Just see the trees behind the nursery end. There's the media centre. It's as close as you can get in line in that stand. Behind the arm of this man, right arm over up there at the top.
Yeah, a couple of edges in that last over. 14 runs coming from it. Looks like he's got a decent bit of rhythm going here to Sharma. And one put down in his first over.
I mean, straight away, Sharma, the one thing he says, he looks a real steady Eddie in his 4th over. He's rarely left the spot. As you say, that last over, there was the cut at the end from Hanscom, which is a beautiful guide by a Test cricketer, we must remember. It's a youngster on debut, and that made it an expensive over with the couple of edges. They run with the edges, but either way, he wasn't being slapped around in that over, was he? He was there or thereabouts, just a little too short, a little bit too wide. But he's right back on the spot in this over, and he's firing it in with some pretty good precision to the top of that off stump. Hanscom to keep this one out on the top of off stump. There's the angle. The slope will naturally take the ball away from the right-hander, but holding its line in, forcing Hanscom to play if one just does nibble on that line, on that length, and the outside edge is in play. Plays that on a little later, down to deep third for the single. A little bit more width, able to play it off the back foot. Not that much more width, but a fraction shorter, a fraction wider, and somebody with the experience of Hanscom. Able to line it up, run it away. Into the block hole. Confidence rising for Sharma.
It's an important time for Middlesex to have a look at Sharma. Like I say, he's been in and around the setup for a while. With Ethan Bamber departing at the end of the season last year. Ronan Jones, 37 years of age. Good opportunity for Sharma to really try and impress.
It's a really good over and a good comeback from the previous, as you say, that was a little expensive. The runs leaked away. Just a single off that, 96 for 4. On the way to the nets, down below the media centre. Full face of the bat from Hanscom. Talked about the gate being in play a lot in this match. Front foot and bat coming down together. Not much of a gate there, is there, from Hanscom? You can see it this angle as well. There you go. As we know and have discussed, that outside edge, even with the slope bringing the ball in towards the stumps, the outside edge is in play because of the seam movement this man and a few others have been able to find. Well, that said, he's got a couple of inside edges in play today. There's a few that have seamed away up the slope, but as many as usual perhaps. The visiting media and the MCC media down there as well. Ground staff taking in a few of the rays in the background as well. Hard at work this morning out there in the middle.
"25 minutes to go until lunch. Feels like an important little spell in the lead up to the break. Visitors will be focused on getting in 4 down. They won't want to lose any more.
Everything in behind that again, Hanscom. Talking about that gate, so ball nip back down the slope. You can, as a batter here, get yourself into a little bit of trouble and either go too far across, worried about the ball seaming away, or be pushing at one that you don't need to. But Hanscom determinedly into behind that one. Ah, there we go. Has he got him? No, is the shake of the heads. Well, if there was a noise, the umpire, Kettleborough, thinking it's bat on pad, and maybe the smile from the Middlesex skipper gives away that the Leicestershire skipper was indeed fine on that. This will give us the best look at it. Watch the bat coming down, and oh yeah, it's just hit the back leg on the way through. Not getting that one past me, says umpire Kettleborough. I wonder would that have been clipping the top of off on the way through? Would they have gone upstairs? Would it have been umpire's call on DRS? Let's have a look one more time from behind. What chances that this might have just clipped the top of off, had it not have clipped that back pad? Well, it would have been in line, but it would have gone possibly over the top, looking at how high it hit.
Just standing outside the crease as well there, Pete Hanscom. That's good from Sharma. On the money, making the batter play. How he'd love to pick up his first class wicket. We're going to lunch very happy. He's bowled well, good rhythm, bowling good pace, good lines. Good carry. Through to Jack Davies as well.
Angle bat from Holland. Pick up 4 more. If you've got a way down there now, they need to plug that gap at deep third, Middlesex, because the edge is in play from Sharma.
Yes, well bowled. Very well bowled. Maybe would have fallen short. There was someone in that gap. I mentioned earlier, Leicestershire had someone down at deep third for most of the Middlesex innings. We've seen a few run down there now. The boundary brings up the 100 for the visitors. 100 for 4, trailing by 132. 20 minutes to go until lunch.
Getting that one back in again, which is up the slope. It's been a fine start from Sharma. None for 23 from 5, only 1 over, really skewing those figures though. 100 for 4. Top of the Warner stand. Cup of coffee on the go. Or an English breakfast, what do you reckon?
Coffee if it was for me.
A little early for Earl Grey. It's more of an afternoon tea vibe, isn't it?
And transition into a sleepy chamomile into the evening.
Or just watch back the stream. That'd wake you up, wouldn't it? You'd never get to sleep. Gripping viewing and listening.
It is always relaxing to listen to cricket. The dulcet tones of the commentators, the hum, so often get here at Lord's.
So much for backward point there, Luke Holman. He's been going through some warm-up exercise. You just see him rotating that right shoulder and practicing his throw. So whether he's just keeping himself loose or whether he's got a nod. Zafar Gohar, the frontline spinner for Middlesex this season. Luke, the leg spinner, having to play backup. Elevated to number 3 in this game with the bat. Holman's at backward point at mid-wicket. In the foreground there, Zafar Gohar. There's a little look up to the clock as I see him in the distance there at the moment. He was rolling his arms over a moment or two ago, perhaps just trying to send a message to the skipper, the backward point and the mid-wicket. They'd both like a little go before lunch. Oh, it's a lovely finish. Skipper to skipper. And Hanscom lining it up. Pretty tough to line that one up. Trying to get in behind it. Veering back in, beating the outside edge. 100 for 4.
He did well not to fly that one too much. 15 minutes to go until lunch. We'll have our first sight of spin for Middlesex. Zafar Gohar, new recruit for the start of this season. Played a wonderful part so far. Did it with the bat against Kent. Let's give Middlesex that hugely important victory. And he started well with the ball this season as well. Formerly of Gloucestershire, 16 wickets so far this season. See if he can extract any turn from this surface. A short leg in place.
So he'd long been given the nod by the skipper as he was warming up out there at mid-wicket. Holman will get the go as well from the pavilion end, maybe for the last over before the interval.
Started the season really well. Zafar Gohar, 4 for 79 and 3 for 64 against Lancashire. Brings a lot of experience into this bowling lineup. Just adjusting his field. Raviar Sharma was out deep square, but he's been brought up. Shorter fine leg.
Edged away. Been a number of edges this morning. A few runs down to deep third now for Leicestershire, another boundary.
Yeah, wouldn't have carried. And again, mentioned it. So often we see fielder in third man, run saving position. We see so many runs go down there now from edges. Hanscom into the 20s.
Oh, wow. That was close. from Roland Jones, who saw the outside edge first ball of the over. Now very nearly beating that inside edge. Goodness me, that was so close. A little bit of movement off the seam, nearly past the edge. So it's the big battle. Roland Jones versus Hanscom. Skipper's definitely in the game at the moment. 2 of the 3 to go this morning. Patterson at the nursery and the other. Oh, now again. It's a nip back in. Got excited behind the stumps, but thick inside edge. Taking out any excitement from the bowler. A couple of champagne glasses on the go down the bottom.
Two, maybe 3 more overs before lunch on this first session of day 2. It's been Middlesex's morning so far. Zafar Gohar take one with him. Use of the feet again from Pete Hanscom. Just trying not to let Gohar settle into his line and length, into his rhythm. That's well run. Good early call from Ian Holland. Rotate the strike.
Top ball to in the over. A mind on lunch, not only for us, Dom, but for the batters as well. And Middlesex would love to walk off with a 4th in the session. It was 4 in the morning yesterday for Leicestershire. 3 this morning so far for Middlesex. But they took one with them from day one, and there we go. 5 minutes until lunch. We should get 2 more. Roland Jones is going to be replaced at the pavilion ends. Ryan Higgins, who got 1 over last night and picked up a wicket. He's got 1 over before lunch to try and make the breakthrough here. Hanscom makes no mistake there, punishing a little bit of width from Higgins.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener from Higgins, bit of width. High quality player, Peter Hanscom. Wouldn't usually miss out on one of those. .46 deliveries. He's been at the crease now, moved on to 28. Good leave. Hanscom really is the key. If he gets settled into his work in the afternoon session, Leicestershire will feel they've got a good chance of taking a lead into the third innings, but for Middlesex, if they can pick him up, they'll feel very much on top. Just out of your picture, Luke Holman dropped down to deep square to give Higgins that protection. Two deliveries left in this over. Make it 12:59. We squeeze one more in, or Hanscom do his best to try and make sure this is the last over.
Nice looking shot, and they will get through for a single. Yeah, well run single. Hanscom happy to get down the other end. Make sure he's there at the lunch break. This will likely be the last delivery before the lunch break. Ooh, look at that come back down the slope. Pavilion end bowling here at Lord's. Higgins on a length. Probably, yeah, just wide enough that Holland won't be troubled. Old Father Clock's running a little late this season, although woe be it for me to be disagreeing with the Grim Reaper. So we've got one more before the interval, one more before everybody can, well, get out of the sun. Hats on, rightly so. Can all make a dash for the sandwiches. was a little look up at the end of the over from umpire Kettleborough Old Father Time. See if it had ticked to 1 o'clock. We are going by the in-ground clock.
Just tinkering with the field, bringing another slip in. 2 balls to go in this session. Comfortably played by Holland. Last ball then, before the break.
Plunging defence from Holland to make sure any gap was plugged. 112 for Leicestershire at lunch, so 22 for 1 overnight. Leicestershire have had 90 runs for the loss of 3 wickets in the morning session. Middlesex are very, very keen to make that 5 and 6 immediately after the interval. Hanscom and Holland's hanging in there for the Foxes. There's Middlesex sharpening those C-axes in the morning session here to try and get a grip on the game. We'll be back on the stream. Tom Ford and myself, Kevin Hand, after the lunch interval. Join us back in just under 40 minutes for the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. That is some pickup shot.
exclusive legal wearing assessments to contents along with Middlesex Cricket replica kit. The shop opens till 5 o'clock. The MCC New Zealand Library are also open until 5 o'clock. Museum entry is £5 for adults, £3 for children. The MCC associates Middlesex members. Weekend free for members. Library entry is free time for restricted Middlesex members and their guests.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, life, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go. All in, all together. And in All Stars, All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. How you'll play this holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
We'll start at Chester Street where going at 107 that Boston is asking Chester trading by 300. Sussex and Ashton joined for their 68 lead trading Somerset by 270. Surrey are 145 2 against Yorkshire where they're 110 behind. At Edgbaston, 1-2-1-3 for 6 against Hampshire, trading by 97. Essex and Ashton Worcester, 57 for 3, trading Worcestershire by 1. And at Cardiff, the Lebanon on 264 against Greyhounds, and St Louis 31. At Bristol, Rothesay 48 loss against Kent, trading by 376. And at Old Trafford at lunchtime, Lancashire 386 against Derby.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. We're about to get underway in the afternoon session. 1:43, as you can see, we just ticked over to 1 o'clock when the over had begun before lunch from Zafar Gohar. It's going to be Higgins to continue after the interval. You're watching the live enhanced stream here at Lords with myself, Kevin Hand. Dom Ford is alongside me for this one. The stream brought to you in association with Daffabet, and Leicestershire 112 for 4. It's still relatively even Stevens, but that man in screen, Pete Hanscom, he won't need telling, and all anybody else in the visiting dressing room, that you put a couple of quick wickets on the board now. Still 120 behind. There's work to be done, but equally Hanscom will be setting himself up, as will Holland and co, I'm sure, to try and say that there'll be at least a 50, 60, 70 run lead to be had, which could be very, very useful in a low scoring affair, should they manage to get that far. We shall see. It's all to come. This is a pretty important session coming up now. The ball's still 36 overs old, so the ball is 36 overs old, so it's still got a bit of freshness in it, a bit of hardness.
Yep. Again, big, important start to this session. So Middlesex just edged that first session, bring themselves back into this game. But it very easily could go either way. This next couple of hours, I'm sure, will be a good indication of that. Pete Hanscom, the key, 30 not out. Ian Holland, been at the crease for 30 deliveries. A couple of wickets for Roland Jones, one for Dane Patterson in the morning session. Been a movement out there.
Well, Higgins himself played on yesterday. Couple of play-ons this morning against Roland Jones, and that one there very nearly getting Hanscom in trouble.
Middlesex, Ryan Higgins and co will hope that little bit of movement off the surface remains throughout this session. Day 2 at Lords, the sun's been beating down. Usually the best day for batting.
Get a couple hit down to deep backward square. 114 for 4. First runs after lunch for Leicestershire. Davies and Higgins top scoring in Middlesex's first innings, both getting into the 40s. Hanscom not far away from that. But I have something much bigger on his mind, and that'll, again, Middlesex, I don't think they'll be too disappointed with 232 when you look at, what was it, 81 for 4 as they were, Leicestershire.
Nice start from Higgins to begin this session. Yeah, you're right. Pretty even, you'd say, at the moment. Middlesex yesterday 101 for 5 from 38 overs, so it's pretty tight out there. Australian Peter Hanscom and Ian Holland, they'll be looking to really dig in this session. Just knock the hardness off this ball. Dane Patterson will kick things off from the nursery end. Picked up the wicket of Sol Budinger this morning. Beautiful delivery, hitting the top of left-handers off stump through the gap. Holland off the mark for the afternoon session. It was a good bit of cricket this morning all round, actually, between Dane Patterson and Sol Budinger. Patterson was on top before. Beautiful shot down the ground from Budinger for 6, followed by a cut for 4, and then Patterson striking back a couple of deliveries later, removing the bails. It was a good battle, as this first day and a bit has been in this game. Leicestershire top of the Division 2, Middlesex sitting in 3rd.
Look at Hanscom just withdraw that bat, slide it along. Asking the questions as ever. There's the angle in, there's the pitch, and there's the leave. The leave being leaving the outside edge, leaving the batter who's nibbling at it.
Yeah, nibbling's the right word there, but he does well not to follow it too much. Pete Hanscom, international quality player, up against an international quality bowler in Dane Patterson in the squad for South Africa for the World Test Championship final upcoming against Australia. The importance of this man in the Middlesex attack so far this season. Got a great record in English county cricket. He's led the attack very well with Toby Rowland-Jones. There's a good one. First over back as well for the South African. Just one from it.
Don't forget the suntan lotion. On a hot day, the sun's out. I'll be at the shade at the back, to be honest.
Not working on your tan, Kev.
What's a tan?
Just working out the right field placements. Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins. 2 slips and a gully.
Still on the stumps. Run rate of 3 and over. And then Middlesex will be keen to get that down to 2.5. Mentioned that Leicestershire were keeping it well below 3 the whole way. 2.75 I think it got up to, was brought back down thereafter. Brendan Jones just topping things up at the end. I think that's just excitement from Higgins. Maybe beat the inside edge, but I think there was an inside edge to begin. No, it did beat the inside edge. Oh!
Yeah, there's an element of mind games with that, I think, as well. From Ryan Higgins. Hands on hips for Higgins as Holland rotates the strike. Different field placements for Pete Hanscom. 2 back, deep square. Jack Davies coming up to the stumps to keep the Leicestershire skipper in his crease. Did see 1 or 2 really lift from Ryan Higgins in the morning session.
Wow. Almost edged off middle by the Leicestershire skipper. Scrambles the single. Down they go. Thick edge off middle stump. On 17 for 4.
Yeah, not far away. That one from Higgins. Good probing line.
Nipping back in from Patterson. There you go, hands on head. He certainly thought it was close. Hanscom doing well to get the bat down on that one. Veering back into the right hander and up the slope. Let's see movement.
Good again from Patterson. It's not only the wicket-taking threat that he provides, but also generally has a pretty low economy rate. For 32 from his 11 so far. 10 of those runs came in 2 balls up against Sol Budinger. Nine wickets, including that one of Budinger this morning so far this season in a Middlesex shirt for Dane Patterson. He's got one more game to go. After this one, he's bowled very well. Maybe not quite had the full rewards that he's deserved so far. But he's certainly playing an important role. Sharing the new ball with Toby Rowland-Jones. That's a very good leave from Pete Hanscom. Always very sure of where his off stump is. That one has jagged back a lot.
Margins are so slim outside the off stump for the bowler as well as the batter from the nursery end, because if you do start wide, you're asking the ball to do an awful lot to come back up the slope, and as you say, that's come back a long way, still not hitting. Get too tight, and the batter's happily in position. So it's an easy game, isn't it, from up here, and well, a man who made it easy, Tim Mercer, over the years. Used to run in and just consistently attack that channel outside off, and seam one back up the slope, swing it away. No sign of him on the balcony today. Tom Helm on the left. Middlesex will be very keen to see him back on the field very soon. And Brooksy, Henry Brooks, rotated out for this one with Sharma given the nod. The wickets in his first over, but Hill was put down at slip. He's gone to Rowland-Jones. Higgins was the first man to get it going though with the wicket of Patel.
Had some nice shades on there, did Henry Brooks. I think it's something that's worked well for Middlesex so far this season, this rotation. We saw Blake Cullen in the first 11, first few games as well. Richard Johnson talking about the strength and depth that Middlesex do have, the competition for places. They've shuffled the pack pretty well. First few games of this season, the Red Bull in this first period. That shuffling of the pack is working. Middlesex have started the season well, sitting in third place. Toby Rowland-Jones' previous delivery did just inquire with the umpire for having a look at the ball. It was passed straight back to the skipper.
Tucked away nicely. Mid wicket coming around to a slide from Zafar Gohar. More. Confident slide on this occasion from Zafar, the one we saw before lunch. Little flick over the ropes with the ball. Sharma's over. Sent back now to deep square. Zafar Gohar. There's a deep backward square and a deep square. They're quite tight there on the boundary. They're just out of shot behind the square leg umpire for you. End of the 41st. 118 for 4. Leicestershire in reply to Middlesex's 232. The live enhanced stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Daff Bet. I'm Kevin Hand. Alongside me is Tom Ford.
They're going well, this pair. Holland and Hanscom, they hold the key for Leicestershire. Trailing by 114. Still a bit of a job to do for this pair, though.
Middlesex will be oh so keen to make this breakthrough right now after lunch. 30 minutes. 25 on the clock. Hanscom and Holland, a very dangerous pair for Leicestershire in the middle order. A ball into its 42nd over. Still a bit of life in it yet. Still be a go for each of these bowlers with it. But it's these spells now after lunch that they will be very, very keen to try and make the breakthrough, not let it get up towards that 60th over when attention will turn to Gohar and Holman at that point. Just see Hanscom making a little, oh, Holland, sorry, making a little signal there saying that one kept a fraction low on him. We're at the lower end of the square here. Over the years, the top end of the square was a lush green track being prepared up there. That was where the Lancashire game was played, and the Kent game. It's renowned as the slightly quicker, slightly bouncier top end of the square. It's being the lower end of the square, slightly slower, slightly lower. It's not too far across. See the pavilion gate there, it's not a million miles away from the central track, or one of the two central tracks here at Lords. So albeit a shorter boundary, not as short as we have seen for some.
Solid from Ian Holland. Good cricket all round. Patterson probing away.
There's that movement back up the slope again. Now, as that starts there, it's a good leave from Holland. It's actually a really good leave, because certainly you can imagine that could have done a little bit more in coming up the slope, but that's about the margin you're talking about, and that's where Patterson and a right armour to a right hander from the nursery end at Lords is trying to operate on a consistent basis. 118 for 4 Leicestershire.
He did well to get the gloves away from that one as well as the ball jagged back in. It in Holland wasn't too far away.
That's the second time now. You can see Higgins' reaction on that. The second time now that Hanscom has got a thick edge, outside edge, on a ball pretty much there, middle stump. Look at that bat. Look at where the bat ends up as well. Now he does have his own distinctive technique, as we keep saying, Hanscom. It's something that it was felt acted against him here at Lord's with the slope. Particularly in English conditions. But it's a lovely sunny day at Lord's, blue sky overhead. And at the moment, he's getting bat on ball, crucially, even at the last possible moment.
Yeah, scored 109 here at Lord's against these two sides last season, so familiar with the conditions. Hope to go big on this one today as well. He's got plenty of time. A big score like that really put Leicestershire into a good position going into the third innings. It's been a game of starts so far for the batters from both sides. No one has yet passed 50. There's been a couple of 40s, a couple of 30s, but no one yet to go big, and that could be the difference when it comes to the end of this game. It's nicely played. Field changes as Ian Holland comes on to strike. Two slips, gully, deep square.
Nice line, nice length. And just that little bit of movement away. 119 for 4 Leicestershire. A few ties done up there at the back. It must be getting warm. There you go, a little hot under the collar. Down at the Edrich. Bottom of the Edrich at the nursery end here at Lord's. Buttoned up, tie tightly done up on a hot day like this in the sun.
That's the wonderful thing about this ground. It attracts smart attire. People enjoying their cricket. There's a little bit of shape from the hand for Dane Patterson. Haven't seen anything extravagant through the air throughout this game. It's more been off the surface. And these are the important periods now. Ball 43 overs old. Two batters getting themselves set. It's the time you have to cash in if you are Peter Hanscom or Ian Holland. It's also the time to try and find a bit of magic if you're Dane Patterson. One just dying on the way through to the wicket keeper.
It's a punchy pull. Holland just picks up a single, deep square coming around, long leg set back there as well, so feels set for a bumper. Yeah, the two of them combining, but with Hanscom back onto strike. Well, there was the thought about coming back in, but they will stay out. Well, well, well. Another inside edge. This time, Hanscom and Leicestershire get a little bit of luck. As that ball shoots away for a couple. Just watch the wobble on this. Wow. Seaming up the slope. Talks about this in terms of that off stump being in play, but you can see that wouldn't have been one that would have bowled him, would have gone over the top, but that's how that bottom edge, inside edge, came into play. 1, 2, 3 for 4, Leicestershire. We've seen Hanscom get a thick edge skirting either fine or square, middle stump. That one's just straightened. Straightened a little going up the slope to Holland. Let's have a look off the surface. And it hasn't done too much off the surface, that one, but Holland getting in behind it. That thick edge was almost off the top of middle and off. This is really good from Higgins. He's going at 3s, which is unusually expensive for Ryan Higgins. That 2.76 come down from 3, the overall run rate of this innings. They'll be very keen now to start. I talked about the squeeze yesterday. 19 for 3 it was after 6.5. The squeeze was really on, but just felt as though it came off a little bit from the Foxes. Middlesex have been hunting wickets today, and they've probably done it at a slightly more expensive rate than Leicestershire did, but it does feel as though they've managed to keep the squeeze on. But this feels like the pinch point that the tension could just ease, so Middlesex be very, very keen. Higgins and Patterson being replaced by Roland Jones and Sharma, who bowled really well, the youngster on debut. End of the over, 1-2-5 for 4. Just the 2 runs off it. Higgins with the double teapot, and a word, no doubt, for Hollands.
Yeah, going well, this pair. The experienced Peter Hanscom, Ian Holland, formerly of Hampshire, all-rounder. A unique entry into professional cricket. He won a Cricket Superstar reality TV show in Australia. Went on to represent Victoria. Was born in the USA though. Has an English passport from his father, but came over and played for Hampshire before making the switch to Leicestershire. And he's the leading wicket taker in Division 2. We saw why yesterday. He's sticking around with Peter Hanscom out in the middle today.
These two have both been relentlessly on the off stump. Just see, actually, it's clouded over a bit for the first time today. It's a rare cloud somewhere up above us. It's mostly a sky of blue, so it's a surreal sight looking out, because don't adjust your screens. The white at the top of the screen is very much reflective of the very, very bright conditions in the distance. There's a beaut as that ball sweeps past the edge. Here too comes the sun back into play as well, sweeping from the nursery end up to the pavilion. There we go. It'll give you a better idea of what the conditions really are like over NW8 today. Go on, light up that pavilion for us. There comes another cloud just to annoy us. Got right in behind that one, Hanscom. Good length ball, just about. It's kept out by Hanscom there. Perfect length from Patterson, the bowler. The batter not too sure whether to be front foot or not. In hindsight, I think the answer was probably yes.
Another very good over from Dane Patterson, another maiden. Probing away. It's been a good start after lunch from Patterson and Higgins. Always important in this format of the game to keep the run rate down as well. Especially in periods where maybe things quiet down a little bit in terms of the movement. If you keep things tight, you can always bring about a full shot, a wicket. We've seen there's still plenty in it for the bowlers, for both sides here, so Middlesex are sticking to it well, but as are Pete Hanscom and Ian Holland. They've got to keep going, this pair. The Foxes will hope. First change in the attack in the second session. It's the captain, skipper Toby Rowland-Jones. 2 wickets this morning. 2 bowls, Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill. Wicket in his first over of the day. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 22. It's an important time for the skipper to come back into the attack.
Yeah, I was just touching on it there. This is what Rowland-Jones' third spell, but he's only had 10 overs so far, and similarly all of them the way that the evening session yesterday evening, lunch cutting things up today as well. It almost feels as though this is his second spell. You know, Patterson is just 15 overs in, so he's coming to the end of his second spell, even though it is strictly speaking a third because of 2 shorter spells. I think these spells, Higgins, Rowland-Jones and Patterson now after lunch, and Sharma of course as well, but you don't want to put too much expectation on young shoulders. But the main 3, the senior 3, Middlesex will hope that one of them will go through, as Rowland-Jones did this morning, bang bang. Ahmed and Hill, he picked up after Patterson got Budinger earlier. They'll really hope, can they just put another 2 on that board quickly, still 107 behind Leicestershire. And they'll believe, I think, if they leave that ball on that spot. You see the run rate there just ticking down, 2.7 to 2.69. Get that down to 2.5, just keep it on that spot. Natural variations here at Lord's, but the seam movement that has been out there on this surface help Middlesex find their way to that 5th wicket, and thereafter they will hope a quick 6th.
Yeah, I think that's where Middlesex have been impressive with the ball this season so far. No let up. That's partly down to the arrival of Dane Patterson, adding that experience and skill with the new ball. Last season, Rowland-Jones and Higgins mostly took the new cherry. And they've been strong with ball in hand, led by this man, Rowland-Jones. Those 2 wickets this morning meant that he's picked up 250 first class wickets at Lord's.
Come on, Stato. 250 first class wickets at Lord's.
Wasn't even AI that told me that. Maiden over from the captain, good return. But yeah, it's been where Middlesex have been good. No let up from those change bowlers mentioned earlier, but the rotation of the seam attack. Blake Cullen added a lot of pace and bounce and consistency. First couple of games of the season. Rotated the pack nicely. Henry Brooks as well. Bowling with confidence this season. And this man now getting his first chance, first class debut. Navya Sharma came so close to picking up a wicket in his first over. It's unlucky. Catch dropped at slip against Lewis Hill. He's going to have his first bowl of this afternoon session. Got through 5 overs. Found the outside edge a couple of times. Started to pick up confidence and rhythm, bowled with good pace. It's important that he backs up the good work that Dane Patterson started this session with from the nursery end.
That's beautifully timed. Hanscom picks up a boundary. He's into the 40s, the first Leicestershire batter to reach that milestone. No batter in the match has reached 50 yet. Middlesex will be very keen that their former skipper, now in charge of the Foxes, is not the first man to do so.
Yeah, very nicely tucked away. The legs, bit of a loosener from Sharma. Quality of Hanscom, finding good timing.
Stopped at point by Zafar Gohar. Was out of the middle as well from Hanscom. So tight to that off stump. In his first spell. Promising one from the nursery end. Where he's back on now.
Football skills. Dane Patterson. Very impressive.
Tim Murtagh, where are you? He was the man who was famed all the years when a batter would just flat back the ball back up the track to him and he'd kick it up for himself and do a few kick-ups. I remember he got a bit of an applause from the crowd on one occasion for his kick-ups. If that was what Toby Rowland-Jones was just looking for in the foreground there. Where's the applause? Look at this. FA Cup final today, of course, isn't it? I reckon Pep Guardiola probably could have done with a bit of Dane Patterson this season. Oh, go on. What's a bit of the Diego Maradona about him there, wasn't there?
He's made that look very easy. I'm not sure who his Premier League team is, but
Oh, now that has a chance. Not out is umpire Bailey's call, but he's gone a long way across there, Hanscom. Watch that leg stump. It's hidden in line. It's not straightening, it's keeping on going. Yeah, it's just that afterwards he falls across, doesn't he? And you start to see it, but it does angle up the slope and it would have been down the leg side. 129 for 4. In Rob Bailey we trust.
Worth mentioning is in the distance there. Can we frame up on the direction of whether we stay?
AFC Wimbledon fan, Luke Holman. He's got an ear out this afternoon for how the Dons are getting on. I saw him this morning. And semi-final of the playoffs for Wimbledon, 1-0 to the goods. And they're 1-0 up against Notts County, as somebody told Luke Holman out there. It's done indeed. All done. They're into the final. And the final will be played on day 4 of the match between Glamorgan and Middlesex next week. So if you see an all-firing Luke Holman picking up a tenfer to get that game done quickly down at Cardiff and get back to Wembley Stadium.
It's the business end of the football season. Already feels like business end, the importance of the Red Bull game. Blast is fast approaching, but it's been a really great start to the county season in Division 2. Tightly packed group. Couple of games to go before the Blast returns. This is a big game for both Middlesex and Leicestershire. Middlesex can close that gap on top of the division. We'll go into the white ball action, feeling confident of trying to get a promotion back to Division 1.
Oh, just short. Sam Robson up onto one knee. Wasn't quite there, was he, with the foot? There you go. Well short. Sam Robson. I don't know who I should be apologising to more, Sam Robson or Ryan Higgins. It was Ryan Higgins that slipped. On 2-9 for 4.
Spectators are please advised to remain seated while the ball is in progress. This is particularly important for players' concentration if you're seated anywhere in the subswing. Thank you.
48 runs, the partnership between Hanscom and Holland. So far, Pete Hanscom's looked pretty comfortable, pretty confident. Down to 41 in Holland's. Say struggling a little bit more maybe. 70 deliveries he's been there for now. Just 13 runs. The importance is to bat time. Bat with his partner. A nice action. Navya Sharma, very young fast bowler. Genuinely looks pretty smooth. Stands tall at the point of release, which is the important thing. As mentioned yesterday, Josh Hull, the other young, exciting fast bowler in the Foxes side, can have the tendencies to just fall away a little bit on delivery. And Sharma looks like he's got a nice rhythm to him. Stands tall at release. Nice follow through.
Between extra cover and mid-off, that's a lovely stroke down the slope. Hanscom's on to 45. And that is a fine way to bring up the 50 partnership as well. Look at the full face of the bat, just shoving the ball on its way back through the offside.
That's a really beautiful shot. Haven't seen too many confidently driven through the covers. That was a lovely punch from Hanscom. Not going too hard at it, just using the pace of the ball. Good timing.
Good roll, good tumble. Good stop by Jack Davies. How many times have we seen the bottom edge involved in this one? Just stretching for a little Hanscom. 1-3-3 for 4. Hanscom, I'm not sure why as an Australian you feel he needed to ground his bat there when the ball had gone through to the keeper. Here at Lords. I'm sure there'll be no chicken spat at tea in the players' dining room there off the top right. The pavilions, the committee dining room in the foreground above the away dressing room, behind it at the back of the pavilion, the players' dining room.
Especially not between Middlesex and Hanscom. Former Middlesex player, of course. I'm sure they're all very friendly with each other. Although, at this stage of the game, to put those friendships aside, focus on the game in front of you. And at the moment, Hanscom is the key to the Foxes' innings. In Holland doing a good job as well, sticking with his partner, nullifying the attack. Hasn't been able to get away quite as much as Hanscom as yet, but very capable with the bat. He's in Holland, 34 years old, 5 first-class centuries, 15 first-class 50s, averages just shy of 26. Foxes trailing just by 99 now. Still work to do, but they'll mentally just feel that little bit better now that it's down to double figures. And after winning the toss and choosing to bowl first, they'll hope to go into the third innings with some sort of a lead. Muffled appeals. Looking for that strangle down the leg side. Just kept things really tight. It's Toby Ronan Jones. Just a little bit fuller as expected. Maybe things just starting to calm a little bit in terms of movement. Ball 51 overs old. Sun has been on this track for the past day and a half. It's the best opportunity for the Foxes to build on this innings. Maiden over. Really good from Roland Jones, keeping things tight. Leicestershire 133 for 4, trailing by 99.
Little dab. Brings Hanscom a single. He scored a few down there. They've plugged deep third now. He's got a good number of runs down there. And indeed, off Sharma's 7.1 overs, a fair chunk of the 32 runs would have been down to deep third. Nice little tuck. On the other side from Holland, a couple more to the total. Deficit down below 100 now for Leicestershire. They'd have come out this morning thinking potentially even 150 to get Leicestershire 4. They'll certainly not want them to go beyond 232. Solidly in behind that. Here's where the runs have been scored off Sharma, and there we go. 3 4s down to deep third, and a 3. A couple of three singles back on a point as well. So lengths have been good because nothing's been going down the ground. Just that one drive away through the covers. Fully through with the shot there, Hanscom. My apologies, Holland. Single taken. It'll be Hanscom on strike on 46. For the Yorker, dug out.
Yeah, I think the consistency is what will be impressing Toby Roland Jones, Richard Johnson, and the coaching staff. Of young Navya Sharma. It's a big test for him coming in for his first class debut against the Division 2 leaders, but he's holding his own here. Unlucky not to have a wicket to his name.
Hammered through the covers. Holland's on to 20. of a pitch, and we've just been talking about how consistent his length had been, and just slides on in a little bit longer there. And there is Hanscom. He scored so many of them back with a point as well. Jack Davies still the top scorer in the match with 49, but Hanscom closing fast. Tail of the tape so far. 2-3-2. Look at those scores. 49, 44, 36 and 33 for Middlesex. Disappointed that nobody took it on, and now it's crucial in return that Hanscom with the 47 and Holland with the 20 in those two asterisks don't come back to burn Middlesex. Have a look, they've got a wide slip in place now. No slip as such, it's a second. Quite the gap as well. That one gets away wide of slip, and it's going to go away for 4, and it's going to be a 50 for Pete Hanscom on his return to Lords. A century last year, he's got a 50 this. And he'll be very keen to make this one count as well. 7 4s, 99 balls and 132 crucial minutes in this game from the visiting skipper, who's looking well set against his former county.
And very well played from the Foxes captain, former Middlesex man. You'll just see this as part of the job though. These quality international players look to go big once they're set. And around halfway through day 2, he's got a lot of time and a good surface to bat on. And he's been very composed.
Short and jab in the pull as far as mid-wicket, fielded in there by Ryan Higgins. Sam Robson was off the field for a moment, so Higgins took slip. There's that wide slip. It's not quite so apparent there. You'll see when they settle down though, and in particular when the camera switches to the other end for the release of the ball, just how wide Robson is. Slip would be perfectly in a V in between those two, just that little, sitting that little deeper. A gap the pair clearly feel they can cover. With slip, you so often say that it's down the channel of slip. The channel of slip is almost straight to the hands. Anything slightly to the left is the keeper's. Anything slightly to slip's right with the right hander on strike is that of second. So as such, Davies and Robson there looking to cover off that one little channel by taking out slip, but we already saw it in the Middlesex innings, one edging in between the keeper and second. Goes that little bit quicker, of course, if it goes off that fine edge. Whereas one that goes straight to second, slightly more of an angle of the bat.
Stop again. Save some runs there, Ryan Higgins. Short mid-wicket. Tumbling away. Familiar trudge-like walk back to his mark for Toby Rowland-Jones. He knows how key this wicket of Peter Hanscom is. It's a good battle between two experienced players. More good fielding. More runs saved. Max Holden that time diving down to end the over. 146 for 4. This partnership ticks on. Peter Hanscom passing his half-century. 73rd first-class 50 for the Australian. Very experienced in English county cricket. He's represented Yorkshire, Gloucestershire, Durham, Middlesex, and now the captain of Leicestershire. He's doing a good job with his team, top of Division 2.
Just short. Another one. Falls short of slip. He's found one edge that was put down. Second time that Middlesex as a team have found an edge that has fallen short.
Yeah, just a little push at that one. Oh, just short. Sharma had one dropped off him in the morning session. Came close again there.
Did that just knock the concentration for a moment?
Either end, please, Bob. Front or behind. Behind, maybe ever.
Hand movement from the batter that moved a little, but I think it had so much. I think the point was that back foot didn't move. You'll see the line of it probably even better from behind here, but slightly gone down the slope on him, but equally Holland's feet didn't go anywhere.
It could just be a momentary lapse in concentration. It can cause your wicket to fall. And a little bit wafty there from Ian Holland, but he's going to refocus, stay sharp, building a nice partnership, this pair.
Carbon copy this from Holland. No foot movement there at all. Hasn't gone anywhere, that ball. Straight through. Gun barrel straight. Bounce was true. Holland's feet not moving though.
The field is up on the offside and it is short boundary. Way to that end.
Now straighter line, they'll get a couple. I thought of the third against the arm of Geddes down there.
End of the over, 2 from it. Sharma's through his 9th. A couple of player misses from Ian Holland in that over. And he survives. Leicestershire approaching the 150 mark, trailing by 84. The chat between those two will just be keep going, keep focused. Nothing too rash. There's no rush. The chat from this man will be just one more wicket. Middlesex will feel like they have an end open and they can try and rattle through. Just wonder, might not be too far off having another look at spin. So Zafar Gohar get through a couple of overs at the end of the morning session. This ball 54 overs old. Might be time for the left arm spinner.
Shoving the single. It's a deep point. Talked about Hanscom just about getting it to edge away, square the wicket off the stumps. That one just straightened on Hollands. There you go, makes the little movement. It was straightening. It's potentially even miss off stump there from Roland Jones to go back up the hill. That's just that horrible game for the batters here at Lords, where you're trying to line up as best you can the line of the ball and how it could potentially move off the surface, either with the slope or seaming away. There's a masterful bowler like Roland Jones can do, seaming it back up the slope. We saw plenty of it from the Leicestershire bowlers as well. Pair of Hampton School graduates in the foreground there. Leg side with the slope as well. We so often talk about how helpful the slope can be to a bowler, but on that occasion not so. There's only one way that ball's going from there, and that's down the leg side. No chance that straightening to take leg stump. Yeah, a couple of Hampton School graduates in Toby Roland Jones, man bowling, who was bowling from the nursery end. He's about to be replaced. Sharma, number 42. As you walk into Hampton School, actually, you see Blake Cullen and Toby Roland Jones on either side. So we have had the Hampton School pairing before. I got them for this. Simon Whiteside, I think, is on the YouTube comments reminding us of that. Thank you, Simon. Hope you're well. 149 for 4 it is. It's going to be Zafar Gohar replacing Sharma at the nursery end.
Yeah, I thought it wouldn't be long before seeing the spinner again. Just the 3 overs this morning for Zafar Gohar. He's got an opportunity here to settle into a spell. It's part of the reason he's been brought into this team, to provide that experience, find a bit of magic when things are a bit flat. And he started his Middlesex career well with both bat and ball.
Nice start, floats it up underneath the nose of Hanscom.
Interesting to see how Leicestershire decide to play Safa Gohar. They look to be positive, try and get after him.
Oh, look at that, float past the edge. That's a beaut. Bit of turn, bit of bounce for Zafar Gohar and a whole lot of interest. Here's the ball that beat the edge. Look at the angle of that coming in. Pop! It's a beaut.
Yeah, just a nod of approval for Hanscom there. Not much he could have done with that one. Beautifully bowled. And it will be encouraging signs for Zafar Gohar. Leicestershire will be batting last on this track. Middlesex 2 spinners in their side, Gohar and Luke Holman. That's what he's looking for. Zafar Gohar getting the batters going onto the back foot. We've seen him pick up a couple of wickets like that so far this season, bringing the batters forward onto the front and skidding one through a little bit shorter. Batters look to go back and can so often be trapped. They'll be W or bowled, trying to get a cut shot away. It was a good start from the spinner in this afternoon session. This pair of Zafar Gohar and Toby Rowland-Jones look to keep things tight. Run rate 2.66, just ticking down ever so slowly. Middlesex doing a good job, not offering too many freebies, not too many boundary balls.
Couple hit. Oh dear! Now that bounced up nastily there on Gohar, just poured at it. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have bounced up onto the face of Sharma, which I was worried it had. Let's have a look at that slide again from Sharma. Just flicks it there. I thought it bounced up nastily into his. Oh, I thought it seemed to get the brim of his cap, but also did seem to get a little bit of his face. But fortunately, no harm done. I'd imagine. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hopefully, no dentist treatment needed.
Over again at Lords. I think it'll particularly affect conditions.
And again from Roland Jones. Interesting passage of play this. Middlesex, I feel like they're keeping things tight, creating opportunities. We've seen a couple of edges, a couple of plays and misses. Hanscom and Holland will also be pretty happy. Just batting time, staying out in the middle, ticking off these runs one by one. .94 deliveries now for Ian Holland, which is the important number there. 24 runs, of course, but the fact he's been there for 94 deliveries, building this partnership with his captain Peter Hanscom, an important partnership that was needed for the Foxes. They're in a bit of trouble, 4 wickets down in the morning session.
Nice flowing drive from Holland up the hill. Slow up. Used to far flatter conditions than that. Holland. 153 for full. Unaccustomed as he is to dealing with hills and slopes. You'd hope his nickname's Dutch. Middlesex also had Keith Dutch, spin bowler. His nickname wasn't Holland, as far as I know. There he goes again, piece of string from Zafar Gohar. He's in the game, Gohar.
Hanscom holding the pose for a while there. Disappointed not to get that one away. This is good from Gohar. Just 2 runs conceded off his 4 overs. Really important role of a spinner. Hold up an end. Not only that threat of taking wickets, but keeping things tight. Allowing the likes of Toby Rowland-Jones to really attack. Rotate the fast bowlers from one end, spinner from the other.
Oh, and I missed stump him. Now, what did it take on the way through? I don't think it was an edge. I don't think it's a drop catch. I think it might have taken pad. So did it take... no, it took nothing. Look front and back to see what answer we can get. Hanscom. Oh, it's just bounced straight over the stumps. Oh, wow. So close to bowling the Leicestershire skipper. More solid on that one. Leg side, I think. Now we've seen them turn, and he's turning it with the slope as well, the left arm finger spinner. But in the opinion of the umpire, that was not going to straighten enough. Or Bailey says not out. Lands it on or around middle of leg. But that angle, umpire Bailey decides it's sliding. He can see, to be fair, as that ball strikes, you can see a little bit of middle there, and he's just decided, the umpire, that that's not with the slope going to straighten enough.
A brilliant over from Zafagoha. Two big opportunities, a huge shout at LBW, just sliding slightly, but Hanscom getting lucky earlier in the over. Could have been stumped, could have been bowled. Ball just bouncing right over the top of the stumps and running away. So promising from Zafagoha, really good over. Just putting a bit of doubt into Pete Hanscom's mind. He's looked so assured so far, but that over. A couple of shouts, couple of opportunities. Be a change of ends for 19-year-old Navyar Sharma. His first bowl from the pavilion end, see how he gets on. Got through 9 overs so far. Opportunity with that slope coming back into the right-hander. Seen a few of those from the pavilion ends. A couple of chop-ons back onto the stumps. A lot of them not been able to really get a clear cut shot away. That ball just angling back into the right-hander, finding the bottom edge of the bat.
Slammed through point, just backward of with the open face. Another boundary for Holland. He's on to 30.
Yep, a little bit fuller this time from Sharma, and Holland able to get his bat down on it, get enough timing to run it away for 4. Not completely out the middle of the bat, but 4 runs nonetheless. Important boundary. Holland up to 30. Leicestershire trailing by 71.
Pavilion end for Sharma, so it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts here. So the single. It was a near metronome at times from the nursery end in his opening couple of spells. Just a couple of overs got away from him, but for the most part he was nagging that off stump. Different challenge at the pavilion end, but a big opportunity as well, throwing the ball up there by Toby Rowland-Jones. Go on then, show us what you've got. Just a little short again, chopping away Hanscom.
He's given the opportunity to really come in and attack Navyar Sharma. The economy rates of Higgins, Rowland-Jones, Patterson and Gohar keeping things really tight, allows Sharma to come in and express himself, look to take wickets, a bit of protection, square of the wicket on both sides. Nice. Straight to end the over. Short mid-wicket protection, dot ball. It's the end of Sharma's first from the pavilion end. Leicestershire Foxes 163 for 4.
"12 overs to tea on day 2. A sunny day 2 and a successful one for this partnership at the moment. Hanscom the first player to go past 50 in the match. 82 the partnership.
Zafar Gohar again then. Really promising last over. Hanscom on strike, LBW shout. Nearly a stumping. Hanscom will try and zone in. Doesn't want to give his wicket away at this point.
Cut away late for couple. Oh, off middle stump from Hanscom again. Solid end to the over and a solid defence as well. 165 for 4. You're watching the live enhanced stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet. I'm delighted to say Fiona Petit has sat down alongside me, and lovely to meet you, Fiona. You're here for Dementia Adventure today. Tell us a little bit about why you're here at Lords today.
Thank you, Kevin. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to be here today, and we've had this relationship with Middlesex for the last 2 years, and we're a charity that's enabling people who live with dementia and their carers to be able to experience the benefits of being outdoors and enjoying nature or enjoying wonderful days like this. So a partnership like this allows us to bring people living with dementia here.
How many people have you brought along with you today?
So there's about 25 of us today, and people living with dementia, their family carers, some professional carers as well. And for them, it can be a first visit to Lords. For one of them, actually, he was a professional cricketer and played at Lords once, and so he was here last year and we're delighted to come again this year.
Let's ask you more on that one in a moment. That's a gorgeous shot. Away it goes from Hollands through the covers. Up the slope. It's not going to make it all the way, but it'll get 3. I mean, that's a wonderful experience to begin with.
It certainly is, yes, and for him to, come along, so this is Peter who's come along with his wife, Valerie, and yes, I was talking to them yesterday and I could see how excited he was about coming again today.
Oh, nearly snuck through that one from Sharma. Big wicket it will be. How did the link up with Middlesex come about?
So 3 years ago, this initiative was started with another dementia charity, and I think it was seen as such a great success. So the introduction was led on to us last year. We were looking to find a way of running one-day events and activities which were easily accessible for some of our clients. So we were very delighted.
It's a lovely defence on that one from Hanscom into the offside. just a single on that one, 189 for 3. And this is the first of 3 days for Dementia Adventure here at Lords this year, I understand.
Yes, we've got today and then coming up in July and September. And we would love to see more of this.
And the over 169 for 4. So Fiona, you're the chief executive of Dementia Adventure. You say this would be the start ideally. Is there something you want to roll out further?
That would be ideal. We're a national charity operating around the country through running supported holidays actually for groups of people living with dementia and their family carers, and we do training for organisations, professional organisations, those in the outdoor leisure sector as well as the care sector. And support services for informal carers. But by having days out like this, it's a very accessible event for people to come back to perhaps enjoy a sport that they've enjoyed in the past, perhaps they've even played in the past. It's a day outside, it's a very relaxing day. It's a relaxing day, we hope, for the family carer who has come with them too. So yes, the more we can do, the better.
And this day and age, it's it's remiss not to say so, but for most people it's obvious. Google Dementia Adventure and you'll find all the information that you could possibly want on the website.
I can even give you the website, which is dementiaadventure.org.
There you go, look at that at the bottom of the screen. Find out more, dementiaadventure.org. Well done, Dan, at the back of the box. Bit of drift on that one, it seems, and floating through to the backward point. Solid again. It's a game of cat and mouse out there at the moment in the middle. We've still got 11 overs after this until tea. So again, this is what Middlesex will want. None for 4 to his 7th over, Zaffa. That tells you a fair old story about how he's tying it up here at the moment. Maiden over it is. None for 4 from 7, 169 for 4 Fiona. As you'll have seen, it's very difficult to get a conversation in between Zaffa go-hard deliveries, especially when they're not scoring any runs off him. But yeah, with Middlesex, this link up here at Lords today, and then potentially further, and I guess ECB and other counties that you'll be speaking to.
Indeed. So whether that's Surrey or Essex, or further north, it would be great to be able to reach out to more people. And even if we can't be present ourselves as a charity to enable clubs to have dementia-friendly days, we would be very happy to come and provide any training or advice or tips of how to run a dementia-friendly day like the day you're doing today.
And I guess cricket's almost the perfect sport, isn't it? Because it's got time, allowed to breathe. People can have that opportunity. Something like football that's so crash bang wallop, and you're in and out in 45 minutes, aren't you? And I guess even a test match day here, county game, is probably perfect as well, because it's just not the same rushes with the people. You can let a day breathe more.
It's a perfect setup. I have to say the weather helps as well, having the warmth and sunshine. So certainly our party have really appreciated that. But just having the space, and it's well, certainly where we've been sitting, it's been just a calm space.
There's a good question. Where have you been sitting?
So we've been sitting in the Endrick stand.
Edrich down below is
Yeah.
on the left. Okay, so out of shot on this side.
Yes.
We'll see if we can get the shot. I'm assuming there'll be a lot of people in green shirts, or at least a couple. We've set a challenge here for Hayley, who's at the pavilion end now, to see if she can find. We'll see if we can find them. So the staff are outside the ground, outside the stand, I should say. Hopefully we can find a few. We might get a wide shot of the stand to see who's in there. Oh, I can see a green shirt. There's one of yours, bottom right. Is that where everybody sat just behind?
Yes, we had a place cordoned off for us at the back, but my goodness, it was cold there this morning, so we all came down to the front.
Yeah, you've lucked out on the weather today. That's obviously key at a cricket ground as well, isn't it? Is that the weather's good for it. Sharma as well, keeping it just as tight. A maiden for Zafar Gohar last up, a couple of singles to start this one. Just finding his groove at the pavilion end now, Sharma. Sharp single on that occasion for Holland. Drag down to deep backward scare. That's a tight tumbling stop from Patterson. He's done well. Held him to a single. That's the end of the over. 63 bowled, 173 for 4. Fiona, any final message you want to wrap up or reminders of?
Yes, I think it's just a message that anyone that does have a diagnosis of dementia, that doesn't mean life has to stop. Life is for living, and actually with the right support, you can come and enjoy days out like that, like this, and being outdoors and enjoying the fresh air and the sunshine. It does wonderful things for the brain, wonderful things for well-being. Really can sort of calm those anxieties. Improve the appetite, and hopefully some of the people that have come today, they'll be sleeping well tonight. That can only be a good thing, so we would encourage people to try a day out like this.
That's brilliant, Fiona. Thanks very much for your time. Much appreciated coming up to see us.
Thank you.
Good luck with everything as well. Fiona Petit, the Chief Executive of Dementia Adventure, who's here at Lords today. 26 people, I think, were in attendance for that one. So good luck to them all. And dementiaadventure.org it is if you want to get in contact, so you can see at the bottom of the screen. 173 for 4. The score here as Gohar's into another. From the nursery end, it's tight stuff from the Middlesex spinner. It's on 4 back alongside with a cup of coffee in hand. Well done, Dom.
Yeah, took your opportunity. Me having a little break there, didn't you, Kev? Getting you a coffee. Put 5 sugars in there though, so. Hanscom still going well. 58 not out. As is Zafar Gohar, also working away, working hard, keeping things very tight. Just the 4 runs from nearly 8 overs. Just a little bit fuller, a little bit more inviting of the drive. It's well stopped by Luke Holman. Saw a similar passage in play yesterday after the sort of 35th, 40th over. That ball went a little bit softer, things became a little bit easier for the batters. Maiden over from the spinner. Back to back. 16 overs until the second new ball is available. That's what Middlesex will have an eye on, but they'll want to make sure that either one or both of these batters aren't there when that second new ball comes around. Still plenty of time to go until then. Leicestershire will hope they can get as close to parity in this first innings when that second new ball comes around. The spin from both ends. Luke Holman then promoted to number 3 off the back of his maiden first-class century against Kent. Being given an opportunity with the ball, the leg spinner from the pavilion end. Can the leg spin of Holman produce? The slope will be bringing the ball back into the right-hander. Holman turning it away, but he can really give his googly a good rip. He'll hope to find the gap between the gate of Ian Holland, who's moved on to 36. Nicely, Holman. I want to impress here with the ball in hand, try and take this opportunity. See, with Zafar Gohar arriving this season, bowling chances may be a little bit more limited for Luke Holman. Very much delivered with the bat so far though, in a couple of games that he's featured. If he can find an important breakthrough here. That's well bowled. Inside edge of Ian Holland's bat. Nearly from Luke Holman, landing them nicely in his first over. He'll want to show that he can produce with ball in hand. He's going to play a big role, you'd think, when the white ball cricket comes back into action. But if he can deliver with ball in hand, take some wickets in red ball, build more of a case for him to remain in this team. Let's take from behind the stumps. There's one from the over. Good start from Luke Holman. Elsewhere, another Middlesex player with abilities in both bat and ball. Josh DeCary's captaining the PCC Select 11 against Zimbabwe. In the runs, 79 opening up in the first innings, followed by 84 in the second, so good to see him going well. Seb Morgan also in that game. 66 not out. Good to see a couple of Middlesex representatives doing well in the Select 11.
Turn there for Gohar for sure. They're playing him very watchfully, very carefully. Almost a little less carefully there, but the stumps on display, but it's a cautious approach.
People around the bat. Another slip comes into play. Two slips, short leg. Gohar on the attack.
Oh wow, he's got that through. And Holland's defence is breached. Gohar floats it up through the gate. Bat and pad were together, but just not in synchronicity. The horse had very much bolted by the time that bat and pad came together there. Just lined it up wrong, but beautiful bowling by Gohar, and the pressure tells. There's another wicket tumbles. Middlesex needed that breakthrough, a big partnership, the biggest of the match so far. It was coming up for 100, but Holland's gone. Bowls Zafar Gohar for 37.
Yeah, good innings from Ian Holland when his team needed it. 37, stuck around for 115 deliveries, but defence has been breached and thoroughly deserved from Zafar Gohar. It's been a fantastic spell so far. He's not given anything away. He's got his deserved reward with that first wicket of the innings. Had an important time as well.
174 for 5 it is, the live enhanced stream here at Lords in association with Zafar.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes.
So it's Cox, the keeper, out to bat at 7 with the skipper. Work still to be done. They still trail by 58. So I reckon this morning Middlesex have been greedy. Could they get a couple of early wickets? get that pressure going. It's been a little bit of a slow burner. Everybody, similarly to that Middlesex innings, everybody's kind of got in. He had the 3 early wickets, or Patel and Hill going relatively quickly, but Budinger, Rehan Ahmed into the 20s, Holland into the 30s. Hanscom has gone past 50, the first batter in the match to do so. Can someone go on and not only help reach that first innings total of Middlesex, but go beyond? There you go, 93. The partnership for the 5th wicket.
Yeah, much needed breakthrough for Middlesex. Their lead spinner Zafar Gohar is provided. Brings Ben Cox to the crease. Another player that's had plenty of starts this season. 2 scores of 50 or more, 53 and 51. 49 of 41 of 47, so he's been in good form without really being able to kick on. He comes to the crease with a job to do with Pete Hanscom. Another successful over for Zafar Gohar, wicket maiden, deserved after what's been a good spell so far from the spinner. That just drags Middlesex back into this again. It's been a game of ebbs and flows throughout this first couple of days, shaping up to be a really good contest between these two sides.
5 overs to tea then on the second day. 5 down in their first innings. Leicestershire managed to wrap up the Middlesex innings yesterday evening.
Oh, will that wicket just disturb the rhythm of Pete Hanscom? He's looked so confident and assured for his 58, 146 deliveries, but he's got a new partner.
Sweepers out there, so it's just a single. Slipped out slightly from Holman. Googly from Holman. Yeah, just threatening to come back down the slope, that one.
He's landing them well. There is Luke Holman. Middlesex take one more with them into tea. really open up an end for when the second new ball comes around. Ben Cox, solid in defence. This is the matchup, you feel. Zafar Gohar in a really good rhythm. He's picked up his first wicket. Just the 4 runs from his 9 overs. Nearly had Pete Hanscom a couple of times. If he can find the breakthrough here. Middlesex will feel they're very much on top. Cut away for a single, bring Cox back onto strike. Just an eye on tee for Ben Cox. Make sure he's there for the evening session. Important couple of overs this. It's been a gripping day so far. No ball. Front foot from the spinner. One more to go in the over. Just the 2 from it, single and the no ball. Another dot to finish. 10 overs bowled then. Zafar Gohar. Really good figures from the Pakistani spinner. Played 1 test match and 1 ODI. Made me feel a little bit unlucky that he might not have featured a little bit more for his international side, but experienced in county cricket. Formerly of Gloucestershire, made the switch to Lords, where he's very much enjoying his time.
Just that approach to tea now, isn't it? 2.4 overs to go until the interval. Hanscom will be desperate to get through. Be very much hopeful that Cox will get there with him. Close again.
Now looking to get that cut away a little bit close, not far away from the edge.
Dragged away by Hanscom, dragged down by Holman. To Leicestershire.
Yeah, nicely put away. Putting that ball before behind him. Quickly back into the flow, and there's 4 important runs for the Leicestershire skipper. Leicestershire trailing by 50. Hanscom on to 64. Oh, nicely played off the back foot. And a single to end the over. 2 more to go until tea then. Take a quick look what's going on elsewhere in what is a Division 2 that's shaping up nicely. Glamorgan 369 for 6. Lead Northamptonshire by 184. Kent all out for 424 thanks to a brilliant knock by 182 from Grant Stewart. Gloucestershire 149 for 4 in reply, and Lancashire were bowled out for 458, and Derbyshire beginning their reply 4 for no loss at the moment. And Division 2 shaping up very nicely. A lot will ride on the result of this game. I think Middlesex will mind that single. And the new batter, Cox on to strike. Tinkering with the field. Coupling close. Short leg. Just keeping an eye on where that front foot Mustafa Gohar's landing. Throw no ball in the last over.
That's close, and that's gone. Cox falls for a duck. Zafar Gohar has another wicket. What a spell this is. 2 for 8 in his 11th over. The spinner's getting a grip with the Foxes. Wrong line. 2 straight. To sweep from there to full as well, probably, from Cox, and he has to go. There's the delight. And there is the moment. Cox gone, LBW to Gohar, a 14 ball duck. Leicestershire 184 for 6.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes.
Van Beek we're expecting, who's going to step from the shade into the lights. So Green, Scriven and Hull all to support Hanscom. But Van Beek it is who'll come out just before tea. There's 7 balls left for the interval, and Middlesex just starting to get their way through this innings now, as they'd have hoped this morning. Leicestershire being held together by Hanscom. How often do we see it against a former county?
Yep. Van Beek comes to the crease with a big job to do. They're trailing just by 48 now, but Middlesex will hope they can get these last 4 wickets and be at parity or even a very slim lead. Hanscom holds the key. Van Beek, certainly no mug with the bat. 2 first-class centuries to his name, 12 first-class 50s.
Oh, and edged! Well, he went up, so he was never going to get back down, but did the ball carry? And the reaction says yes. Higgins, the slip fielder for Middlesex, against spin, and oh yeah, he'd just gone up too early. Picks himself up now, very nearly 2 and 2, 185 for 6.
That one might have hurt as well, I think. Right on the shin. Applause as Zafar Gohar walks out to a nice smattering of the crowd. Yeah, as you say, Higgins just looked like he started to go up, and at that point it's very difficult to get yourself and your hands back down low towards the shins. That edge would have come at him quickly, but it's an opportunity. Gohar nearly 2 from 2. Last over until tea then. It'll be Luke Holman to the new batter, Logan Van Beek. Couple of nice drives. Cox will be disappointed with that dismissal. He's looked to get that sweep shot away. It's just credit to Gohar for the pressure that he's built. Those dot balls forcing Cox to try and take a positive shot to try and get a boundary away, put some pressure back on the bowler, but it's getting through, hit the pad, and now Leicestershire approaching tea. 6 down. Still trailing by 47. It's bowled from Holman. Last ball before the tea break.
And there is tea. Middlesex's fight back at the end of the session there, just starting to turn things back towards the host. Still 47 behind Leicestershire at tea. The live enhanced stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Alphabet will be back in just under 20 minutes with Leicestershire 185 for 6.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me! Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes!
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Ow. That is some pickup shot.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action. All the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Resuming the innings for Leicestershire.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lord's. Evening session coming up of the second day. 185 for 6. Leicestershire trailing by 47. Roland Jones centre ground there. Be relatively happy with the position at the moment in the match, but crucial that they get past Van Beek and Pete Hanscom on his bat there. 66 to his name, century at his last visit to Lord's. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet. Alongside me, Dom Ford for the evening session.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Should be an entertaining last session, I think, here. Leicestershire, thanks to Pete Hanscom and Ian Holland, getting themselves into a strong position before the introduction of this man. 11 overs, 2 for 9. 2 brilliant wickets as well. In Middlesex back just in front, maybe.
Just the single for Hanscom to begin the session.
How do Leicestershire play this now? I said before the break, Logan Van Beek, no mug with the bat. A couple of first-class centuries to his name, but does like to hit a big ball. Might look to take the more aggressive approach, try and get Leicestershire as close to parity as possible. But all the while that Pete Hanscom is there, you feel that the Foxes have a chance of taking a lead into the third innings. All important third innings that it will be.
Steer around the corner. Van Beek get a couple. Of course, the last to go was Cox, LBW sweeping.
Yeah, this is that wicket of Cox just before the break. This was a build-up of that pressure, all those dot balls forcing Ben Cox to try and take an aggressive approach, but sliding that one through onto the front pad. That was a relatively easy decision for the umpire. Van Beek with a job to do now to stick around with his captain. That's the end of the first over of the evening session. 5 from it. Foxes 190 for 6. That man there on your screen is the key, Pete Hanscom. A ton here last year, 68 not out this year, 159 deliveries, 8 overs to go until the second new ball as well. So I'm feeling this evening session might move quickly one way or another. Foxes trying to get down to parity, or Middlesex breaking through, looking to pick up these final 4 wickets. Any sort of lead is really beneficial in a lower scoring affair. Luke Holman to continue proceedings from the pavilion end. Found a little bit of turn before the tea break.
Heaved away by Hanson. It's a little short from Holman. Just a single.
You wonder if Van Beek might look to try and get some boundaries away before the second new ball arrives. The spinners on the field. Just hanging back. Holman's got protection both sides of the wicket. Mid on and mid off are up, but just hanging back that little bit. This game finally in the balance. The Foxes' first innings. It's the end of Holman's first in this evening session. One from it. Foxes trail by 41. Pete Hanscom, what will he be saying to Van Beek? Stick around, rotate the strike. Get it as close to parity as possible. But this is the battle. Gohar's really been in good rhythm this spell. Nearly had Hanscom a couple of times. Cut away for a single. Gohar just dropping a little shorter. Catches around the bat for Van Beek. End of another one. Just one from it. Hanscom, mostly this innings has been very comfortable. There was a couple of opportunities in the afternoon session. Gohar 2, Hanscom this one. Ball bouncing straight over the top. Opportunity, tough opportunity for a stumping, but not far away from bowling the Foxes skipper. But apart from that, he's been in great form. 17 on out.
Between the two, they'll think about a couple, but quickly around Sharma, just the one. Nice looking shot, but just the dot ball.
fielded to end the over. There's been a few good stops from the likes of Holden and Ryan Higgins. Short cover. Run saved is vital. Lower scoring affairs. Leicestershire 193 for 6. 5 overs to go until that important second new ball.
Turn and bounce. And what Middlesex will be interested in here as well is it'll be Leicestershire to bat last, and Zafar Gohar clearly having some joy, as Holman is as well.
Another no ball from Zafar Gohar. We saw one just before the tea break. He's always pushing that front line. Just slightly overstepped. Explaining to the bowler. It's a good line though from the spinner. Looking to beat the inside edge of Van Beek. Hit that front pad.
There he goes. And third for Zafar Gohar. 3 for 18. Van Beek falls for 4. And the slow left arm spinner's having some fun. It's been pretty consistent from Gohar. Not too big a call for umpire Bailey to make in that. Pitching in line, going on to hit. And Gohar knew straight away, didn't he? Double fist bump and a third wicket. 4 for Van Beek. Leicestershire 196 for 7.
Yep, all bowled. Zafar Gohar, just as we were saying, looking to beat the inside edge. That's exactly what he's done. We haven't seen too many with huge amounts of turn yet. There's been a couple which can put the doubt in the batter's mind, but Gohar just bowling at that really nice pace, sliding it on. And Van Beek was pinned in front. Another big wicket for Middlesex, still 36 trailing, but the key is that Pete Hanscom is still there, joined by Ben Green. One of the best duos in county cricket. Hairdo and moustache.
Just had to qualify that one.
Middlesex, like you say, Kev, will be pleased to see that Gohar's having a big impact on this game already. Just Leicestershire's first innings, they're going to be batting last. It looks like, unless Pete Hanscom keeps going, it could be around parity going into this third innings. Gohar will try and help rattle through these last 3.
A little bit of a gate on that one, but the bat was all Green needed.
Another fantastic over, successful one. Brilliant spell. 18 runs, 3 wickets from the 14 overs. Again, big signing for Middlesex. That man experienced, brings a lot of control, a lot of wicket-taking threat, and leading the line for this Middlesex bowling attack with ball in hand. Thumbs up to the crowd and provide applause. It's been a great spell, turning this game back into Middlesex's favour. Single brings new batter Green onto strike, facing Holman for the first time. Another one that certainly can bat. Ben Green, 39 and 32 against Northants last time around. So Hanscom can still put a bit of trust into his batting partners. But at what point will he look to put the foot down?
It's a good stop at extra cover there by Max Holden.
Dot to finish. 197 for 7. At what point does that man look to try and put his foot down? Get the Foxes close to parity with Middlesex. His partner Green averages 19 in first class cricket, 2 half centuries to his name. Foxes could use a contribution like that from him now. And can he support Peter Hanscom? 73 not out.
What a lovely ball that is. That's the one thing that I think will be in Hanscom's mind in terms of trailing by 35. Is Zafar Gohar 3 for 18 in his 15th over, going to go through Leicestershire at the other end, as much as Green and co will try to block out. Hanscom's getting done by deliveries like that. Against the left arm spinner, then what hope does he give those at the other end? Holland, Cox and Van Beek all falling to Middlesex's spinner. There you go. Looks at a few edges off middle stump at the other end from the seamers, but punching Zafar Gohar off middle, off the back foot, it's a different matter altogether.
End of another 2 overs to go until the second new ball then. And it'd be, just wonder if there's a question in Toby Roland Jones's mind whether they take that or not. You would assume they would, but the way Zephyr Gohar is going at the moment, it'd be hard to get the ball out of his hand. Bowling fantastic spell. Can Pete Hanscom marshal the tail then? He's got the leg spin of Luke Holman to face up to.
Holman will be keen to get in amongst the wickets here, but none for 10 in his 8th over. It tells you a story. The Spin Twins of Middlesex having a day out in the sun here against Leicestershire. Holman having to wait his chance this season because of the arrival of Zafar Gohar. Brought in as a batter, but bowling beautifully here from the pavilion end. And this really could be, I'm sure Middlesex would have hoped long term that this would have been a scenario that they'd have Holman as a batter who was second spinner to Gohar. May well go on to be frontline spinner one day, but it's been learning to do. It's a lovely shot by Green to get off the mark in the meantime, and on drive straight back past the bowler.
That's a brilliant shot. Haven't seen too many of those straight down the ground. Beautifully timed from Ben Green to find his first boundary. An important one for Leicestershire. Boundary bringing up the 200 for the Foxes.
Front on if you can. Well, just around the corner there is a little football match going on. He thought he needed to swing out a right foot at that one there, didn't he, Green? Oh, where's it gone? .203 for 7. They trail by 29. 5 off the over.
Alfonso Thomas, Chris Wright at the back there. Enjoying a bit of sunshine, walking around the boundary. Watching on.
Reservoir Dogs. Mr. White at the back. Usual suspects, more like.
Okay then, one more over until the second new ball becomes available. Go hard to bowl it. I don't think you'll mind that little drag down, but just a single brings Ben Green on strike for these 5 deliveries. It was very nicely played from Green. Boundary straight down the ground in the last over. This time going square in the offside off the back foot. A little short. Go hard, but nicely placed. runs away for his second boundary. Good leave from Green. Dot to finish. 80 overs done. Leicestershire 208 for 7, trailing by 24. The second new ball becomes available. All eyes on the umpires. Doesn't look like it will be taken just yet. Holman to continue. Don't think that's a bad move from Toby Rowland-Jones, the way that the spin duo are going at the moment. Might just see one or two more, see how it goes before taking that second new ball. Away for a single. The other side of it is there is always that thing in the back of your mind that the second new ball obviously comes onto the bat a lot nicer. You can run away a lot quicker. You can leak runs as much as it does provide an advantage for the bowling attack, so maybe that's on Toby Rowland-Jones's mind as well. The lead just 23.
Use of the feet and a swing of the bat. Down the ground it goes, a long way and all the way. 6 runs for Green.
Brilliant use of the feet, brilliant strike into the pavilion from Ben Green. Just as that ball hit the pavilion, Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins started to warm up as well, so we might see that second new ball soon. That's a brilliant shot. Big strike, trailing just by 17.
Googly from Holman. Moved away. 4 more. Does this make up Middlesex's mind to take that second new ball? We shall see.
Dragged down from Holman, nicely put away from Green. Imposing presence at the crease. He's on to 18 from 20. It's a good little cameo, this. Dot to finish then. So looks like that second new ball will be taken. Dane Patterson then from the nursery end. Saw enough with that. Couple of boundaries from Green in the last over. There we go, confirmation. The new cherry. Important moment in this game. It's Leicestershire first innings. There's the bowling figures. See how the economy rates there of Roland Jones and Dane Patterson, Ryan Higgins. Really done well to keep tabs on Leicestershire, not let them get away. It's the job now for the Pacers to try and get through these last 3 wickets, get through Peter Hanscom, who's 77 not out, holds the key still. Here lies some sort of a lead for the Foxes. Single first up. Brings Green on to strike.
Beautiful ball. Right on the spot. Nearly taking the edge. Very nearly taking the outside of off stump as well. More movement off the pitch. One sliding away from Ben Green. A dot to finish. Solid from Green. End of the first over with the second new ball. Foxes 220 for 7, trailing by 12. And as expected, will be the skipper from the pavilion end, and Toby Roland Jones.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end, Middlesex Cricket, Toby Roland Jones.
to this key contest then. Roland Jones up against Pete Hanscom. 16 overs for the skipper so far. Picked up a couple of bowled this morning. Ryan Ahmed and Lewis Hill both chopping on. He's got another right-hander in his sights in Peter Hanscom.
It's been an interesting matchup all the way through this, hasn't it, for Roland Jones and Hanscom. 178 balls faced. Hanscom, 97 balls bowled for Toby Roland Jones. Hanscom out there relatively early. Just a single. Sweeper back out at mid-wicket. Zafar Gohar, who may well be back into the attack sooner rather than later with the second new ball, depending on how successful the early stages of Patterson's spell is. Bounce before the wicket keeper there, just making it uncomfortable for him. That one gets away for 4. Seam up the slope and through the legs.
It was a nasty one. Jack Davies. 4 more runs onto the total of the Foxes, trailing by 7 now. Down to single figures. A little bit of wobble from Roland Jones. Green just taking a couple of steps down the pitch to try and negotiate and negate any movement that Roland Jones may be getting. Just trying to adjust his lengths.
Over 225 for 7. 20 overs to go on day 2. Leicestershire nearly there to nudge their noses in front. The table toppers in Division 2.
Patterson just dropping deep square back for Pete Hanscom, offering the single. Beating the outside edge. Patterson. Just a little bit of movement. Slightly leaving Hanscom. Just played the line. Did well not to follow it again. Two slips in place for Patterson. He's come close to the outside edge of Hanscom's bat.
It's well kept out by Hanscom. Behind it on the back foot. Probably could have been forward to that one. It's well run.
Yeah, good running. Green a little slow to get off the mark, but made it back safely. It's important that this pair continue to rotate the strike, pick up the singles where possible. Every run is vital at this stage.
How did that get through? The inside edge saves him. It looked for a moment as though it may well bowl him. Looked for the bail flying, but not to be. Hands on head instead.
It's unlucky for Patterson, that one jagging back in. Green just getting his bat down in time. All that rattled into the stumps, but found the inside edge. And the Foxes will take that. Another boundary, just trailing by 2.
That's dumped into the advertising board by Green. He's got a few away now, and that's the lead. 2 runs ahead. The Foxes have their noses in front.
Yeah, good batting, good cricket from Ben Green. He's come in and looked to be positive. 26 from 31. It's an important innings so far, and he'll look to kick on. Now the Foxes are in the lead, slender lead. They'll look to build on this as much as they can. Building a partnership of 38 between Green and Hanscom now, providing a very handy partner for his skipper is Green. This man will be keen for a breakthrough.
Another inside edge. How many have there been? stumps by Hanscom, backing up, playing it late.
Yeah, the field just spread for Pete Hanscom, offering the single, but we come in mid wicket, point, come back up for Ben Green.
Work from a straight line by Green that, but work for 4. Lovely shot. Square of the wicket.
The use of the feet again from Green, just a couple of steps down the track. Just saying that fielder's been brought up, but back to the rope to pick it up. Another boundary for Green, who moves into 30.
Squared up by that one. Green again, a little walk to the ball, but as the ball nips up the slope, not bad from Roland Jones still. 2 for 37 for the old skipper.
Important that Middlesex can try and break through this partnership as soon as possible. If Green keeps going the way he is, Foxes can start to build a bit of a lead. .30 from 35 for Ben Green. Dot to finish for Roland Jones. Foxes lead by 7.
Couple of slips, deep third, there's a deep point just out of shot. Long leg as the shadow of the Warner stand creeping towards him at the top right of your screen. And then 3 on the single to cover the mid-off, 4 indeed, mid-on and mid-wicket. I was going to signal leg byes. Interesting just to weigh up the lines of this. Been a few that have been taken off the stumps. And we see the edges where players have been inside it and they've edged off middle, but this one was a step across. But yeah, just shaving the outside of the pad. Going away down the leg side.
A little bit of shape in the air from Patterson. Another no ball from Patterson. Just overstepping the mark.
Kept out again. It's quite the battle. Patterson relentless. Hanscom defiant. 243 for 7. A crow or magpie for company now. Ireland Jones hoping to scythe through these final 3 Foxes wickets. Single for Green, every delivery just taking that couple of steps down the track to Roland Jones. Looking to get on the front foot, negate any drastic movement off the pitch. Like an edge from Hanscom. Falling safe. Was always safe down to 3rd for another single. That lead is up to 13. Hanscom on to 82. Is he going to go back to back against his former county, Hanscom?
Green looking pretty comfortable against their second new ball at the moment.
Down the ground. 4 more. Lead 17.
Brilliant batting again from Green. A couple of steps down the track, full from Roland Jones, and brings that big bat down. Got enough of it. Roland Jones stuck out a boot, but flew past him. Another important boundary for Green, who's on to 35. That boundary also brought up a 50 partnership for the pair of Hanscom and Green. It's been a really great knock from Green so far, supporting Hanscom. It's important that he stuck around.
Oh, so close. Yet again.
Just had a little push at that one. Did Pete Hanscom. Small bowl from Patterson. Great length. Just nibbling away from the right-hander.
First batting points on board for Leicestershire, 250 for 7.
Takes their bonus points to 4 in the game so far. 2 for Middlesex. The fielder has dropped back deep point, so easy single for Green to rotate the strike. 36 from 41. Said he had to get stuck in, support Hanscom, but he's taken the lead here. Getting on the front foot. Seven fours, 1-6, big 6 off bowling of Luke Holman in this innings so far for Green. Well fielded. Diving stop from Ryan Higgins. Dot to finish, 3 from the over. Leicestershire 252 for 7. They'll lead by 20. Plenty of gaps in the field. Opportunities for Hanscom to rotate the strike. Deep square. 2 deep square for Hanscom on the leg side. Deep third. Deep point on the offside. Keeping those 2 slips in play though. Hanscom 199 deliveries faced.
It's a glorious shot by Hanscom. Full reward. Trying to catch it up in the shadow of the pavilion. I won't be worried just yet, Middlesex, but 22 the lead now. They will desperately want to get rid of Hanscom. Do wonder at this stage how long until they go back to Zafagoha. Beautifully bowled. Drawn into it outside the off stump. And beaten.
Oh, it was 81st. So was that 2 over 7 after?
So that's 8 overs on the second new ball. They were 2 on 9 for 7. Luke Holman having the 81st over with the older ball. They were 208 for 7 after 80, which was when Zafagoha. And his spell came to an end, and over to the new ball it was. Well, cometh the hour, cometh the man. They've waited no longer. Gohar's back. I think that makes a lot of sense. 47 runs added in 9 overs since Gohar last bowled. 47 in 9 overs. And now the ball's thrown back to Gohar, who is in a great spell. Look at that, 3 for 24 from 16. I don't think they could wait any longer. The new ball has given its chance, 4 at either end for Patterson and Roland Jones. What will they do at the pavilion end now will be interesting, because that last over of Holman did go for 11. That being the 81st. There's 8 overs on this ball. What will Gohar be able to do with the more pronounced seam, the harder ball? Would he get a little bit more bounce in it? He's been getting turn. Middlesex need their frontline spinner here. First ball with that Second new ball for Zafar Gohar, and it's a wicket. Hanscom can't believe what he's done. He's lifted it to Lias Deploy at mid-on, and well, they couldn't wait too long to get him back into the attack, and as soon as he returns, he takes the wicket. 4 for 24 for Gohar, but Hanscom heads off on 87, the Devil's number for the Australians. A dolly to Deploy. And a grab that gives Gohar the 4th wicket. Brilliant 87 from Hanscom. 202 deliveries for him. But look at Gohar's delight. Making a big difference for Middlesex. The skipper for Leicestershire's got to go though. Gone for 87. It's 255 for 8.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me! Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes!
Scriven comes out to join Green. All Green's approach be now. 2 wickets standing. He's on 36 from 45. Roland Jones keep going with the new ball at the pavilion end. Gohar at the other end.
A brilliant knock from the Foxes captain, Pete Hanscom. A lot of hard work for that 87. Over 200 deliveries. Played a huge part in his side getting back into the lead. Where that lead is just 23. Big wicket from Gohar. Huge disappointment for Hanscom. As soon as he hit that, he threw his head back, realising he hadn't caught any of it. Shoveled it to Deploy. To get on the front foot. Trying to hit Gohar out of the attack, but Deploy taking a good catch. The 4th for Zafar Gohar. Good captaincy to bring him straight back into the attack. And he's got a great chance of a fifer. 2 wickets to go. Tail end in his sights. Tom Scriven. Again, 8 first-class 50s for Tom Scriven. Scored 46 here at Lords last year, so another one that can bat, but this will be a big test for him. Zafar Gohar in fantastic rhythm.
In front of square leg. Straight into the ground. What's Green's approach going to be now? On ball to face in this over. The end of Gohar's 17th. And another successful one, 4 for 25.
He's got eyes on the first fifer for Middlesex. I think he's going to play a very important role when it comes to the fourth and final innings of this game as well. And oversaw the back of Pete Hanscom, who'd been frustrating the Middlesex bowlers. Important innings from the Foxes skipper. And now it's over to Green and Scriven to eke out as many runs as possible, stretch this lead as much as they can. But facing Ryan Higgins then from the pavilion end. Roland Jones out of the attack. Higgins on 1 wicket, first wicket of the Leicestershire innings, last ball of day 1. Rishi Patel LBW trapped in front for 6. To try and get through these last 2 wickets.
I think this is the right idea of Higgins. Go to finish this off. Started it off with the wicket of Patel yesterday evening. Face of Higgins as that got back past him. It was a tired reach down. Got into the 40s yesterday. Into his 14th over today. They're not the roasting temperatures just yet that were forecast. I don't know whether it's for later this week. Those Ibiza temperatures. Oh, wow, he's gone. Well, unless there was something very untoward, then that was very out. And Higgins' return brings the wicket. Green departs for 36. Higgins has his second. And Middlesex have a 9th. Let's have a little look at it. Yep. Yeah, off stump, fully on show to the umpire as that ball struck the pad. Green has to go. 2-5, 7 for 8.
Yep. Important wicket. Ryan Higgins, Ben Green was causing a bit of damage. A good knock of 36 from just 47. Supported Pete Hanscom well in that partnership, but both of them back in the pavilion now. Foxes, just 1 wicket to go. Bowled from Ryan Higgins, full, jagging back into the right-hander, trapping him in front, and a celeb appeal from Ryan Higgins. That was pretty adjacent.
Josh
Going to be set up for a really entertaining 3rd and 4th innings of this game, you'd think. Foxes lead by 25. It's been very even first couple of days. Josh Hull The last man for the Foxes joins Tom Scriven at the crease. And Middlesex aren't far away now.
Blanket. Is that shading from the sun rather than shivering in the shade?
Josh Hull, one more delivery to negotiate in this over. Highest score of 16, not out for the 20-year-old. Did hit a 6 in the only test match that he's played for England. And he's off the mark here. Outside edge, one down to third. They'll come back for 2. They'll take every run that they can get now, all the Foxes. That lead 27. End of a successful over for Ryan Higgins. Picks up his second. Leicestershire 259 for 9.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because at this stage, bar something at the end now from Leicestershire, the biggest difference between the sides is probably that first half an hour yesterday morning. 19 for 3, win the toss, get a side in, get a couple of early wickets. They got 3. Stunted Middlesex's scoring rate. Leicestershire have been nudging up towards 3 and around 3 at times. Really got over it. Middlesex with 2.5 up to 2.75 for a lot of it, but again they were playing catch up from that 19 for 3. Just tried bits and pieces getting them going at the top. But that probably is the main difference between the sides, that 27 at the moment. Middlesex will be very keen to get out there and knock off this deficit quickly. Still 12 overs today, lose just 2 for the change of innings, so at the moment Middlesex are on course for that similarly tricky 7-over spell that Leicestershire had yesterday evening.
Zafar Gohar, good opportunity here for a 5-wicket haul. Bob brilliantly, 4 for 25 from 17. He's got numbers 10 and 11 in his sights. Mid-wicket has just dropped back, 3/4, mid on and mid off, hanging back as well in case Scriven looks to go big. It's nicely worked for a single. We'll bring number 11, Josh Hull, on strike. I think the field will come up a little bit closer. Deep square leg looks to be staying out. Just tinkering with the field, ensure they get it right. The leg slip in place. Short leg under the helmet. Slip moving, coming in front of the bat. Gohar's got 3 deliveries at Josh Hull. Big drive from Hull, beating the bat. On from the over. 260 for 9. 92 gone. 11 overs left in the day. The lead is 28. I don't think the Foxes would mind 7 or 8 overs at Middlesex tonight. Tricky spell, like I've said. He played off the pads from Scriven for a single. Field changes from the left-handed Hull. Davis up to the stumps.
Doesn't look right. Around the wicket to the tall, high up as well. Not the worst shot, but he's a tall guy and hit him on the back pad. Peel was hopeful, I think, as opposed to confident. Watching the stream? Yeah, give us a thumbs up. You can't get out of it now. Thumbs up. He's going to pretend he's watching the FA Cup final now. Busted. Oh, that's a good one again from Higgins.
That's a brilliant shot. He's just got a hand on it. There's Sharma. Important fingertips are coming back for a third. Throw comes in. Josh Hull makes it back safely. Well fielded by Sharma. Saved a run. But nicely timed from Scriven. They get the 3. Lead is 33. 265 for 9.
Safa hunting a 5 for. Talked about Dane Patterson playing his last game at Lords for Middlesex. Whether he'd be able to find a 5 for. It's always the second dig. Nice use of the feet. A glorious drive through the covers. Scriven into double figures.
Well played, Tom Scriven. Brilliant use of the feet, opening up that offside. Nicely timed, that raced away. Another important boundary for Leicestershire. That lead extends. Up to 37, Scriven into double figures. Soft hands from Scriven. Started with a boundary, 3 dots to follow. Is he going to look for a single? Try and keep the strike. Single on offer. Leaves Josh Hull 1 delivery to face. Begins Safa Gohar. 1 delivery for the spinner. To try and pick up that 5-wicket haul.
Not to be. 94 done, 9 to go on day 2. Leicestershire 270 for 9. They lead by 38. Lovely view, lovely sunny day. It's cup final day, of course. The sun has to be out, doesn't it? Isn't that the law?
Uh, 1-0 to Crystal Palace in that cup final.
For those of you hoping to watch the highlights tonight, we apologise.
I don't think I have the patience to hold out and watch the highlights. Ryan Higgins then. Jack Davies up to the stumps. Tom Scriven on strike.
Scattering the pigeons but rejecting the single.
takes a single this time. Inside edge. Lead up to 39.
Like a frustrating rear guard action for a team in the field. It's the 14 added so far. Added for the final wicket between Patterson and Roland Jones. So, Roland Jones and Sharma. My apologies. The partnership here 14, so not quite as frustrating just yet for Middlesex.
Straight from Higgins. Oh, getting solidly in behind it. Couple drop back square, offering the single. Try and keep the left-hander on strike for the next over. Dot to finish. All sticking around. End of the over, one from it. 2-7-1 for 9. 8 overs left in the day. Tick to just about 6 o'clock. There we go. Just out from 6.
Overtime, Tom.
Add it to your invoice, Kev. Zafar Gohar then deserves this 5-wicket haul. Put really nicely. 4 for 31 from 19.
Use of the feet, swing of the bat, it's up in the air. Oh, and it's gone over mid-wicket. Sam Robson coming around there, just couldn't quite get around. Long on was charging. Long on was charging around, but was never going to get there.
Single taken. That lead up to 42 now. Scriven on to 16. Another handy knock from the Foxes, number 10. Green 36, Scriven 16. Can start to become frustrating for the Middlesex bowling attack. Three dot balls, safely negotiated again from Josh Hull. Seven overs remaining in the day then. We lose 2 for the change of innings. Leicestershire fancy a couple of overs tonight, or do they want to try and get through to the close, drag this out as long as they can,
Search for a first class wicket for Sharma. Should have had one earlier when Hill was put down at slip. How will he go against the tail? Good from Roland Jones to give the youngster a chance. Seems away up the slope.
Single not taken. Field is very much spread. One slip. Everyone else dropping back, offering the single to Scriven, protecting the boundary. How does he play this?
Bit of width, tempted by it. And there is the first championship wicket for Sharma. Back down the slope. Classic seamer's dismissal from the pavilion end at Lord's. Nips it back and he picks up Scriven as well. Gone for 16. Bowled by Sharma. Delight, relief, all the emotions for the youngster. His debut at Lord's for Middlesex. Well done Roland Jones for giving the youngster the chance as well to wrap it up. 274. Leicestershire all out, maiden first class wicket for Navia Sharma in a moment. Never to forget, taken here at Lord's as well. One of his mates, the delight for him, and yep, the absolute classic pavilion end seamer's dismissal. Nipping back in and angled in. Top and middle and off struck. Well done, young man. I'm sure there will be plenty more. 274 all out then, so there are 5 overs left, I think, to navigate tonight for Middlesex. Leicestershire have a lead of 42. Middlesex will be thinking about that tomorrow. Tonight they will be thinking about getting in, none down if they can. Join us back after a short break here on the stream with the Leicestershire all out for 274.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Lords for the final 4 overs of the second day. Middlesex trailing by 42. A bit of work to do in this one, but it starts with 4 overs tonight, 24 deliveries. Get through those and come again tomorrow. It'll be the hope for Middlesex, but particularly Sam Robson and Max Holden. Robson will be desperately keen for some runs out there. The heavy roller makes its way off.
Opening the innings for Middlesex, Sam Robson and Max Holden.
So 4 overs, 0 for 0. Middlesex will take that right now. It's going to be Holland from the nursery end, a 5-fer in the first innings. How much damage can he do tonight? 6.5 overs in the first innings. From the third wicket fell, and it was 19 for 3.
Yep. Leading wicket taker in Division 2. Nick one out tonight. Be Max Holden to face up rather than Sam Robson. Left-hander on strike. 4 overs remaining in the day's play.
And off the mark for this ball. Second innings, Sam Robson. Max Holden. Take that. First ball, have a little look.
He'll be keen to get off the mark. Sam Robson. Trapped in front to Ian Holland very early on day 1.
And there's a lovely shot down the ground. Typical Sam Robson. Not got fully through without gone too hard at it. Pick up a couple. Middlesex 3 without loss.
And that'll make him feel better. Nice stroke from Robson. A good comeback from Ian Holland. Bit of movement. Robson just having a little push at it. Flick down to fine for a single.
Solidly in behind that one. Holden. It was quite the burst from Holland to get it going in the first innings. The first 3 to fall. Our opening partners together again. Vitally keen to lead Middlesex to a solid start at least in this match. Max Holden came out and hit that wonderful century here, first match of the season against Lancashire. Middlesex
Logan
7 for 3 against Lancashire. 100 runs behind, 9 for 3 I think it was. 100 runs behind in that second innings. Sharba just 38 in the second innings here. But against the league leaders who have a 30-point advantage over third place Middlesex, which makes this a mightily important early season matchup.
Logan Van Beek then from the pavilion end. Up 1 wicket. First time around, that was of Toby Rowland-Jones, Cork Patel. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 51 for the opener.
Leg side and away for 4. Umpire Rob Bailey switching up to the pavilion end for the second innings. Taps away on his knee. And 4 leg byes. Signals.
Scamper through for a single. Very early stages, but Middlesex won't mind this. 9 runs on the board already, eating into slender lead that Leicestershire picked up. An exciting day 3 ahead of us here at Lord's. Leicestershire, Division 2 leaders. It's been their bowling attack that's played a huge part in the reason they are top of the division. We're looking to make an inroad or two while they still have that lead, which is 33. Max Holden been in good form this season. Promoted to opening the batting for this game.
Eased away down to deep third, just a single to end the over. 10 without loss. Holden doubles his tally with the single.
Two overs to go then in the day.
Lovely from around the wicket. Holland dragging Holden across. Wary of that ball in the first innings that came back in to beat that inside edge. This one goes slightly up the slope, but that angle right arm around you. Wary of the ball cannoning back in, crashing back in from wide outside off.
Oh, nice delivery there from Ian Holland, a bit fuller. Movement away from the left-hander Holden. Looking like he was going to have a prod, but did well just to rein it back in, not chasing the ball. 9 deliveries left. Played again from Holden. Not easy for a batting side, just a couple of overs remaining in the day to really switch on after a day in the field. Need those concentration levels to be high. And a dot to finish. It's the end of Ian Holland for today. He'll be back tomorrow, looking to make some inroads as he did in the first innings. Just 6 balls remaining then. There's Sam Robson on strike to face up to this final over of the day, Logan van Beek.
Oh, sprays that one. It's a very good stop. Cox tumbling to his left. Way down the slope as well. More difficult for the keeper. And quite right, the high 5. Or low 5 indeed.
How do you wrap up today then, Kev? What is even, do you think?
Yeah. I think the performance of Zafar Gohar, Leicestershire to bat last on this. So Middlesex is 2-3-2. Yesterday that recovery from 19 for 3 looks all the better now. 2-7-4, Hanscom, the difference between the sides going on to a 50 and a decent size 50. The fact he didn't make it to 100 tells you how difficult it is out there. Batters being well tested by 2 good bowling attacks just like that. But that's going to be the key. Middlesex will want somebody to go to that big 50 and play the Hanscom role in the 3rd innings of the match and set somewhere around, similarly, the 230 mark for Leicestershire to win on this, which should be tricky. Zafar Gohar can get into a spell again, and Luke Holman, they bowled so well in tandem, and that's very encouraging long term for Middlesex to have a couple of spinners together like that. Yet still to have a quartet of seamers as well. Makes the side look very balanced, but they've got to do a bit with the bat here to get themselves into a good position going into the chase.
Yeah, I think the balance of the side looks really nice. Those seamers, 2 spinners, 1 leg spinner is always useful as well. Interesting to see tomorrow if Rehan Ahmed is used much as well. For Leicestershire, 4 seamers for them: Van Beek, Holland, Tom Scriven, Josh Hull, Ben Green as well. He'll be looking to do the damage for Leicestershire tomorrow. 1 ball remaining in the day. Sam Robson see it through to the end.
Worked away into the onside and over his face for Van Beek, because that was taken from a straight line by Robson, but he survives. And Middlesex get through the 4 overs before stumps. They trail by 32. They're 10 without loss, and they'll be very, very happy with that little passage of play before the end. The 2 openers can walk off and head back out in the morning. There's a big third day coming, moving day. Third day at Lords. Join us back in the morning, myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream of this one from Lords in association with Dapperbet. It's been a pretty tight tussle, as we'd expected, by 2 of the teams at the top of Division 2. It's all set up for a fascinating third day. Do join us if you can. From everybody here at Lords, though, it's a very good night.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me! Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes!
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamos Cricket.